Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bradenton City Council meeting, Wednesday, March 26, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. It's a great day to be a City of Bradenton resident and Manatee County resident as well. As we always do, we'll start out with a prayer and a pledge to honor our country. At this time, I'd like to call Associate Pastor Dylan Kern with Bradenton Christian Reformed Church to come up and do our prayer. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for having me here today. Let's bow our heads in prayer this morning. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for the city of Bradenton, this wonderful place that we get to call home. We're grateful for this city council, these civil servants that not only have we elected to serve us, but that you have put in these positions to serve this city. And I pray that you would help them today, Lord. May they be faithful and wise and very capable in their service to the citizens of this city. I pray that you protect them from the temptation, desire to lead those they have elected to represent them, that they would be eager to serve not only for your will, but the will of the citizens who have called on them to serve. And Lord, I also pray, recognizing that this is a world that can be sometimes fraught with difficulty in politics, we pray for great camaraderie among this council, that they would find a joy in each other rather than find opposition in each other. We know they may not always see eye to eye, and that's the beauty of a council like this. We're grateful for those moments where they do not all see eye to eye, but we pray that you would give them a spirit of camaraderie and a desire to work out and address those disagreements in a way that is beneficial for all involved, and especially for the citizens of this wonderful city that we call home. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Kern. At this time, I'd like to ask the Evers family. We've got Billy Evers and Cindy, daughter and son of former Mayor Bill Evers, who passed away last week, to lead us in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. And please, if you have your cell phones, silence them. And they'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Our first proclamation this morning is for Child Abuse Prevention Month, which I'll read on behalf of the mayor. Florida's future prosperity depends on nurturing the healthy development of over 4 million children currently living, growing, and learning within our many diverse communities. Child abuse is a crime against humanity that affects 5,301 children annually in Manatee County, with a rate of 60.3 reports per 10,000 in comparison to 51.1 per 10,000 statewide. And whereas child abuse and neglect cause severe, costly, and lifelong problems among society and victims, such as social, criminal, and academic difficulties, and emotional, physical, and mental health challenges. And whereas research shows parents and caregivers who have social networks can seek support in times of need, are more resilient, less isolated, and better able to provide safe environments and nurturing experiences for their children. And whereas individuals, businesses, schools, community, and faith-based organizations must make children a top priority and take action to support the physical, social, emotional, academic, and mental development and well-being of all children. And whereas, during the month of April, Prevent Child Abuse in Manatee County, in collaboration with the Florida Department of Children and Families, Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Bradenton Police Department, Manatee Children's Services, Healthy Start, Safe Children's Coalition, Pinwheels for Prevention, and all agencies dedicated to the well-being of children and families will be engaging in a coordinated effort to prevent child abuse and neglect by promoting awareness of healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and promoting healthy family relationships within our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and urge all citizens to engage in activities whose purpose is to strengthen families and communities. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
All right, who do we have coming forward for that in the audience? Anyone? Come on, bring the whole group up. Yep. Welcome. Thank you. A few words. Somebody want to talk? Don't be shy.
Hi, my name is Lucy Eisenhard. I'm the lead case coordinator at the Manatee County Child Protection Team with Manatee Children's Services. I'd just like to say every child deserves a life free of violence and fear. So just thank you to all the organizations and people who help make the world a better and safer place for children. Thank you.
Good. Will we appreciate any council members? Anything? All right. No. Yeah, Ms. Barnaby.
You all do God's work here, and it's not easy, but we appreciate you very much.
And we just want to say thank you from all of us, all our administration, staff, and the council up here. Thank you for what you do every day, because I know some of the things you go into, and with the police departments, and obviously Chief, really works with our department for the prevention. And thank you for what you do and what you see every day to make better. So thank you. We want to get a picture, so why don't you guys come up here, and we'll stand behind you. Kind of get some over on this side too. It's going to split the middle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Madam Clerk.
Our next proclamation is Mayor William Bill Evers Day, March 26, 2025. Whereas the city of Bradenton lost a valued and respected leader on March 14, 2025, with the death of former Mayor William Bill Evers, and whereas Mr. Evers was born in Providence, Rhode Island, and moved to Cortez with his family as a child and graduated from Manatee High School in 1952. And whereas he served honorably as a merchant mariner and in the United States Army, he continued to serve others with his career in law enforcement as a Florida highway trooper and a lieutenant in the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Bill was passionate in his desire to serve and became a member of the Bradenton City Council in 1973 and 1977 before moving to the mayor's office in 1979. Mayor Evers continued to serve our fine city for 2 decades. And whereas he was dedicated to his mission of doing a lot with little money, he creatively found funding for local improvements like Rossi Park with grants. Bill was known to be a tough negotiator with a heart of gold for our citizens. And whereas Mayor Evers was instrumental in many major infrastructure upgrades, stormwater and sewer rehabilitation and conversion, road paving projects, and a major expansion to the city's drinking water reservoir, now known as Evers Reservoir. And whereas Bill will leave a legacy filled with his love for our community and its people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim March 26, 2025, as Mayor William Bill Evers Day, and urge all citizens to remember and honor the late former Mayor William Bill Evers for his long-standing service to our city. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
I know Cindy and Billy never lost for words. You guys want to come up and say a few things? Come on.
I'd just like to thank you and the council. You know how much the city meant to my father. I know he gave you a lot of advice.
Right, yeah.
So just thank all of you.
Cindy?
Thank you very much. It's
Yeah.
great that you're honoring him. I really appreciate it. He meant the world to me, my family, all of us.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Council, anything? Ms. Barnaby?
Are you going to say I'm never at a loss for words too?
Yeah.
Of the people up here. I know that there were people that thought it was very interesting that when I got in office, I really wanted to work with Mr. Evers, our mayor. Our common ground was our love for this city. We just had different ways of getting there. But I did respect him. I respected his desire to make this community the best it could be. And anyone that can serve in office for 20 years and keep their dignity is all right in my book. Thank you for sharing Bill with us.
Vice Mayor Kramer?
Thank you, and everyone in the family there. Gordon and I served with each other. We were zone partners in the department years and years ago. And that was even before Cindy came along and his wife. But I, like it's been said, just being a new officer, I always respected your father. He was always fair. He was always polite. He was always a gentleman to the working man. And I think all employees here would say that. And I appreciate the opportunity he gave me. Thank you all.
Ms. Coker?
Yeah. I grew up as a young person in Sarasota, but fell in love with Bradenton. And I think what I love about Bradenton is owes a lot to Mayor Evers. I think he made difficult decisions and things that have had a long legacy and paid off, like the reservoir and some of the decisions. And he was a true leader. And I'm very thankful, and I hope that we can have that kind of legacy for the next generation that he had. So thank you.
Ms. Coachman?
Thank you. I had moved away. I was born and raised here, but I moved away during the time that Mayor Evers was in the seat. However, I heard about him, heard good things, and I can tell from just the words that I'm hearing that he did great things. But what I want to just mention to you is how much it meant to me when I was sworn in January 5th, 2021. He came up to me, and I was, really surprised, and he came up to me and he said, "If there's anything you ever need, let me know." And that meant a lot. It really did, because he definitely has a lot of expertise in what we do. So I just thank you. I thank him for even giving that consideration to me. So it's a great man.
Thank you. All right. Couple things that I want to say. Obviously, when you look at generationally and lifetime things, there's always that period that you're in and what's going on. And I think when you look back at the periods in the city of Bradenton over all the years, Mayor Evers was the 18th mayor. And, we're going to be a city for 120 plus years this year, 122 years. And to only have that many mayors shows a lot of what mayors have done for our city. What Bill Evers did at the time was he set the city up. You can disagree with some of his politics at times. You can disagree with how he was. And one of the things that was said at the funeral was they loved the embracing of the boss hog And, because everybody called him Boss Hog, and in his casket was the Boss Hog symbol. But he embraced what was happening in the city, kept taxes low. Some people liked it, some people didn't. Some of us are, working through it. And one of the things that when involved with him over all the years is as when you're family, you can fight a little bit more, but you still love each other and you get along for more. But he would call me at many times as a councilman and as mayor at the beginning and tell me what I was doing wrong. And I'd laugh with him and I'd explain why. And then he'd say, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Because I believe that, he had the heart for the city. And you can always differ politically in things, but when you have a heart for what you're doing, you're going to make things better. And the citizens, and even listening to the pastors speak this morning about how we can do things to get along. We don't always have to agree, but we got to get along. And, that's one of the things is you look at in the city of Bradenton, we are still a very small community when you look at the overall part of what we do. We're a big traffic metropolis now when you talk to people, but we're still a small community when you look at people. And you look at people in this room that are here generationally, people that have just got here that love our city now, and we're going to make it better. And that's our goal up here. That's my goal through my administration. We don't always have to agree, but we're going to get along and we're going to get together and make things better for us, because us is the people in this room and the people around here. So I just want to thank Mayor Evers and the family and obviously for everything. And I'm glad we're here today to do this. And thank you. And his legacy will live on forever because, not many people get things with their names on it. He's got a reservoir that will live on forever, and it will be better tomorrow than it is today and every day going in the future, as long as you've got this great council up here and that to make those water for Bradenton, which is very important. A lot of cities don't have a water system. They have to buy their water. We're lucky because of Mayor Evers. So thank you. And get up here, we'll get a good picture and move on with the meeting. So thank you.
Dress so much better. Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
There are not any presentations scheduled this morning.
All right, at this time, we're going to call for citizen comment. Citizen comment will be accepted during the citizen comment portion of the meeting on any non-agenda items, future agenda items, or topic of relevance to the city. Comments will be accepted at the public hearings at the appropriate time. So I've got a few that will go through the public citizen comment, and then some are on the public hearing. So we'll discuss that when we get to the public hearing. Remember, this is a business meeting, and you'll have 3 minutes, and we'll make sure that we, go through the process. And then the council will not comment until after all citizens have spoken, if they wish to. So at this time, we'll call Rodney Jones. Welcome, Mr. Jones. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Rodney Jones. Can I have some help? I'm legally blind. I need to show a couple things. Can somebody show me how to do
Sure,
it?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I don't want anyone. Yeah, just that page. Just stick it on there. All right, thank you. Hey, Rodney Jones, founder, lead activist of Civil Rights U. This is addressed to actually Mayor Post. Mayor, it should be to Mayor Poston, but Mayor Jean Brown. You authorized, you and Chief Bevan authorized this cease and desist letter from Greg Herring from the firm of Bush, Graziano, Rice, and Platter. I'd like to let you know that that document is fraudulent. It has been established by the City of Bradenton Public Records Request that every complaint that I filed, there is no record of it in the City of Bradenton. Not only is it this document, I've been down here and filed at least 50 complaints historically since Mayor Poston was here. Not one of those complaints, Pam, you need to listen to this, they didn't do any of the complaints. They didn't investigate them. Just like they hid the fact that Chief Bevan ran over this person and hit this lady and this kid, they hid it. They hid it. That's illegal. On the Florida statute 838.022, that's considered official misconduct, and that warrants you being out of that seat, Mayor Brown. You came in here and you lied to the people. Oh, we've done those investigations. I don't know why he keeps coming down here. We have those findings. According to the City of Bradenton, your own municipality, you haven't done any investigations. Chief Bevan lied to you, I guess, and then you followed up without vetting any of those things, and you're going to get out of that seat. You've defrauded the public of the right to receive the faithful performance of your duties under Chapter 112.3173 2E4. Official misconduct gets you out of that seat. Y'all have to take action on this today. It's already in your emails. If you check your emails from me for the last, since you've been in office, I've sent Jean Brown over 250 emails. Her over 200 emails. They didn't follow up on them, Pam. They did not do the investigations. He came in here and defrauded the people. He lied to the people, and he's still sitting up there on that dais. Fraud. Under Florida statute under Florida statute RICO, you're indicted. You're going to be indicted on RICO. That's a pattern of racketeering activity, what you've done and what Chief Bevan have done. Y'all have deliberately and intentionally defrauded the people of the right to receive the faithful performance of your duties, which warrants you being out of that seat. You're going to get out of that seat, Mayor Brown, and you've done it. And for you to just come in here and just consistently lie to the people. Just lie to the people. Oh, we don't know why Rodney Jones keeps coming down here. You're in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We'll move on to Gary Lacko. Please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Dr. Gary Lacko, long A, long O, 1230 50th Street East, Bradenton, Florida. And today I'd like to talk about Palmasola Bay and the horses, but first let's start with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which showed at the Skyway horse site, which has now been closed, that when horses were in the water typically exceeded the state standards for health. And when they weren't, it typically was well below the state standard for health. The difference, though, between the Skyway site and Palmasola, as you can see on the map, is that Palmasola is not flushed out nearly as well. The state recommends horses are kept 25 feet away from water bodies. And if you look onto the right, Bradenton is the only municipality that allows horses in the water for hundreds of miles. Everyone else got the message from the state, except for Bradenton. Next slide, please. Marion, you told me, stay out of that water. You know I'm a water sports enthusiast. You told me you won't go in that water. Thank you. I'm a healthy adult with a healthy, mature immune system. So I'm aware of that. But these horses are dumping fecal waste on every ride in that water. Next slide, please. So my question is, Marion, who's warning the vulnerable young children with immature immune systems of the hazards that's in that water? These two girls on the right, you see them? Horses have been going by there all day. And they were filling their mouths with that water and squirting it out at each other like kids do when they play. This father had 3 sons. One of them fell into the water. He was wiping off his face. Filthy water in the kid's face. E. coli infections from oral, also urinary tract infections. And the water rides, they're going up to their waist in sewage water because those horses are kicking up that fecal waste and just creating a sewage pool around the people. Next slide, please. Mayor Jean Brown, you're on record for stating that the city's jurisdiction on the causeway ends somewhere along the shoreline. I respectfully disagree with you. Ordinance 14-6A was written by a lawyer, and it states bays, rivers, and streams. You're not allowed to dump fecal waste in bays, rivers, or streams. Okay, the lawyer knew that because the city has that jurisdiction. It has the ability to write and enforce ordinances. Please enforce ordinance 14-6A. What does that mean? Horses can't go into the water on water rides because they can't control their bowel movements, and you can't clean up that fecal waste. So what's the solution? Require all horses to wear a diaper. I mean, they use them in cities, and stay in water that's no deeper than their knees. Please protect the children. We talked about children today. Please protect them. They're getting sick. I know from Manatee County Health Department, mothers call up. They're really upset when they figure out that their kids got violently sick from that water. Thank you.
Next, we have Patrick Penachek. Welcome. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Patrick Panasic, 109 23rd Street, Bradenton, Florida. Very briefly, I just want to say, Mayor, you're exactly right. It's a great day to be an American. The 3-minute rule on the city of Bradenton for individuals to speak, I think, is arbitrary and capricious. I think you really need to consider changing that to allow people that may need more time to speak or express their point to do that. And of course, retaining the right that if somebody rambles on, that you bring it within control. But I would ask you to reconsider that 3-minute rule to allow everybody to express their view. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And as we said that early on, this is a business meeting. Any outburst, whether it's through verbal or clapping, we don't do that during the business meeting. So, all right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 6 is the consent agenda, and staff is requesting approval of items A through Q.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I move to adopt the consent agenda items A through I and K through Q.
Okay, so just pulling J.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I have had the opportunity to speak with all counselors, and myself and Lance, and so we have briefed them and covered the consent agenda items.
Okay. Did I hear something, Ms. Coach?
There was another one, and I'm thinking it was G.
Well,
that's a
there
planning
might be some
commission
discussion.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
the
possibly.
Planning commission.
G. Well, okay. Can we discuss that?
Well, I'm saying you're asking, you want G to be brought off?
Well, G, just for discussion purposes, G and then the other one.
And I.
G and I. Okay, so the motioner, would you be willing to pull G and I? Okay, so G and I. All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, A through F, H and I, and then K through Q. So basically pulling G and J. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so I heard Mr. Kramer first. So it's G and J, right? Yep. All right, so we'll start.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I need to clarify something with the city attorney. Mr. Rudisil, due to illness, I was not at the March 12th meeting, but I've watched the meeting on when it was, retelevised, and I've read the minutes. Even though I was not here, am I allowed to vote on those minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to approve consent agenda with G and J being pulled.
And I.
And I.
I mean, excuse me, G and I
And J.
and J. Okay, G, I, and J.
No, not J.
Not J.
G-I-J.
G, I, J.
G and I.
And she wanted to start with J.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
G, I, and J. Okay. So Ms. Moore made the motion. Mr. Kramer approves that, seconded it, and we'll start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Mrs. Moore, do you want to start with J?
Sure. I just thought it was a good idea to highlight a couple of things about this change order. Number one, that the materials included, thank you, the materials included in the agenda item, I think could cause confusion because of their focus on a different entity other than the one that we are considering a change order with, and that it is my understanding that the change order actually is a plus benefit to us.
Mr. Perry?
Mayor, Councilor, yeah, as it's kind of highlighted in the agenda memo, this basically is a change order for NDC, who is the CMAR, the construction manager at risk. It includes a number of different items that were encountered and also alternatively considered for purchase. An example of the alternative consideration of purchase was that we did direct purchase on a number of different component items. The generator itself was on back order, and typically you might remember from the PSOC that we built, it took us the better part of 9 months, I think, to get that generator in. So we purchased that directly. As a benefit of purchasing it directly, opposed to going through the CMAR, our contractor, we had realized sales tax savings on it that would have been taxed. And so there was a series of different purchases that we were able to do as direct purchases, and it included basically a deduction amount of about $700,000 in savings. We tried to do that to basically realize and effectuate the maximum amount of savings on the project we could do. At the same time, this change order includes additional plus-ups of things that were added to the initial construction budget. We decided to go with a Caterpillar generator, which is about $250,000 more, because we want uniformity in our citywide generator programs. That way, when we have service contractors who have to buy parts and the like, which is fairly costly undertaking for all of the generators that we have. And when we think about generators, we think about our facilities themselves, whether it's City Hall, our fire stations, a police station, and the like. Of course, this is related to the police station, but we also use generators at all of our lift stations too as backup and for other applications. With having 4 or 5 different manufacturers out there, we're trying to move to a uniform manufacturer. CAT is probably recognized as both the most expensive but most reliable generator in the industry. They probably have the best service program and the like. And so that was a plus up again of about $250,000. We also found subterranean conditions that were on site that weren't initially encountered. That included the fact that there was a gas plant on the development site itself, and we found all types of different foundational footings, plumbing aperture for both distribution as well as supply lines and the like, and that had to be dealt with. So that's what this change order is about, basically. I did have conversations with Councilwoman Moore. She voiced concerns, rightfully so in my opinion, about my letter to AECOM, which is a separate and distinct issue from this change order. I think it's important to recognize that. My letter to AECOM deals with some change orders that they're submitting, and I don't want to get into too much detail. What I told the counselor, and I think I've told a lot of the counselors about this, is that I'm very upset with our contractor, our architecture and engineering firm on that. And I think, quite frankly, there's a little bit of an exploitation. We have received a notice about suspension of work in that. Initially, we were looking at about $1 million. Now, I understand that the project itself is much larger than that which was initially contemplated, that there is a statutory provision that provides for architectural and engineering compensation related on a component of what the total construction price is. But I think that there was a little bit, let's say, exaggeration in some change orders that I've recently received. I believe that they were put in there so that we start from negotiation and trying to reach a good faith resolution from a higher point, and that they're not predicated on a good faith basis. I submitted a 4-page letter detailing a lot of the subcomponent architectural work that was not completed by the contractor, things like geotech, subterranean examination of the underground surfaces of the site that were initially contemplated. We received a $38,000 credit, but nonetheless, you see from this change order some of the things we encountered by not doing that geotech. That's like a doctor saying, well, I'm not going to run that x-ray but you can save the cost on the x-ray, and then later on they find a tumor underground, under the skin. It wasn't very wise, in my opinion, for them to proceed accordingly. I don't think it represented professional diligence, and there was a number of items that weren't performed at all. Construction administration services, we're charged an additional $457,000 for, more precisely, and we have yet to engage in any construction administration. In checking with Mr. Gray, who's the project manager for the CMAR, I was told that he has that his notes reflect that the architect had been out to the site twice. We haven't been able to really start construction other than course construction. You see the stone columns and footings are going in, and site excavation and development and the like. But as it relates to vertical construction, which is typically where you're going to need what we call threshold inspection, which really looks at structural design, compliance with the construction drawings themselves, and ultimately construction, there hasn't been any of that yet. And so that is something that's ongoing. I'm in the process of trying to negotiate a good faith resolution. I do believe that there's some monies that should be adjusted within the contract because the project is larger, and the contract as well as the state compensation for architectural statute does apply, but I don't think it's nearly what's being sought.
Mr. Perry and Ms. Moore, I'll make a couple of comments, and Mr. Williams, Mr. Perry, and myself talk about this, I don't want to say every day, but quite often, and we're glad that you brought it up in the conversation with, again, anytime we can save hundreds of thousands of dollars on, or save money off of hundreds of thousands of dollars on sales tax and that, we want to be direct purchase. So that's very important. We're always looking for every angle to do things. Anytime, and this is where I go back to probably, you can always be that old saying where, it only costs a little bit more to go first class, but we're dealing with citizens' money, and you have to make sure you're doing it right, but not right for the moment. We have to do it right for the long term. And that's where we've seen some of our situations, even other things that will come up today, that we're trying to set things up, just like that Caterpillar, where when we have a staff that can fix one thing, but they can't fix another because it's more proprietary, let's get it where it can be fixed, where if we have it, and you and I have dealt just last week with a lift station, that, if that thing could be fixed a little easier than being broken down all the time. And again, we may not be dealing with it, but we're setting it up for those that it can be there. So that's very important. Going to the AECOM thing, I've been to many meetings and different things during the days, and I don't want to get into a lot, as Mr. Perry said, but I am very disappointed, almost frustrated. Mr. Perry, in the letter that you folks got, the council got, and going that the last one was I thought a great written letter by Mr. Perry, because we don't want any turmoil, but we also have to be good stewards of what we're doing. And I appreciate you bringing that up, because that is very important. And in the collaboration of going through it, we need to make it where it's a win-win for all of us. And a win-win for the citizens, and get this police station done. We know this is being built as a police station, not as an office building, and that's important because it's going to set up for 50-plus years where they don't have to maybe be thinking about it in 10 to 15 years what they're doing. And again, we won't be around, hope we're around for it, but not around in these seats. So I think that the questions come up that are great, and I hope that everyone listening and seeing is saying, we want to be good partners. You also have to be a good partner with us and not get to it. So that's my 2 cents on it, and I appreciate things coming up. And I'm glad when people look through things and have questions and want to get them answered. So any other questions on that or comments? Motion to approve J?
Yes.
Motion by Ms. Moore to approve J. Is there a second? Mr. Kramer, Vice Mayor Kramer. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
and 1.
Yes.
Thank you. So who wanted G?
Well, I think we
both really wanted G and I.
You have this same person on two different positions.
Yes, I remember, Mr. Perry, in our briefing, I asked if
Okay. Where's Kelly?
I
can't pull my computer up.
Sure. It's Miss
JBT.
Yes.
it's board appointment.
It's
There are
nothing
two
to
of
do,
them.
it's nothing to do with him.
No.
It's just that you've got two separate boards, the Architectural Review Board and the
Yes.
Planning Commission.
Same person.
And you want the same person on both
I
boards?
think he can be. Robin, that's comes,
We typically have a person from the Planning Commission sitting also on the Architectural Review Board, and typically it's a designer, an architect. So that position was vacated, and so they're taking over that spot.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
that was just the question.
That was the question, okay.
all right.
All right.
All right, so I guess then we have a motion to approve both G and I by Ms. Coachman.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could, we might just need to
Do them separately.
clarify on that, because in looking at hold on a second, let me look at the resolution. Under our code, we have a member of the Planning Commission appointed to serve as a liaison to the Architectural Review Board. And so I just want to make it clear that that's the position that.
So should we do them separately, appointing to the Planning Commission first, and then he would be appointed as the liaison? Okay.
But then are they missing a board member? I mean,
No.
that counts as a board member, yeah.
I mean,
As a voting board member, that liaison?
I don't know the answer to that. I've just, what the code says is the Planning Commission member that serves on the Architectural Review Board is as a liaison.
So then does the Planning Commission appoint them to that, or does this have to be done by this council?
No, it has to be done by the
That's
council.
what I thought, but I was just
I
saying.
just wanted everyone to understand what the appointment was.
All right. All right, so let's do a motion on appointing him to the Planning Commission first.
okay,
Okay, so Ms. Coachman and a second by Ms. Coker.
yes.
Okay, so that would be G. Okay, so we'll start that vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4, 5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Okay, and then is there a motion to have him as the liaison from the Planning Commission, which is under the Resolution 2544?
Mayor?
Yes.
Quick question. I just want to clarify, because the resolution itself does actually appoint him to replace
Right.
current member, so is that,
Well, and Mr. Landefeld was serving in that same role.
Right.
So he was a
Oh.
planning commissioner serving as a liaison to the Architectural Review Board.
okay, so it is a proper appointment? I mean,
Yes,
to
I-
the
So
board.
is the wording that way? Is it-
I mean, I would prefer to clean up the resolution a little bit to make it clear what that appointment is. So if it could just be approved, subject to revising that language slightly to reflect that he will be serving the liaison position as a planning commissioner in that role, then that would be fine.
So moved as by Ms. Coachman and seconded by Ms. Coker. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
5-0. Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 9:25. Thank you. Come back to order here. I did talk in two things that we wanted to take a recess for. Obviously, the air condition now is working again, so it's not as hot in here. So that was going. We wanted to let that go, and then also we realized that there was a little bit of probably a typo or a miss on our agenda. So I'm going to allow. I believe it is where not on the agenda, but on the website.
On the website.
Madam Clerk, that it said 9 o'clock. So our meetings have always started at 8:30. Our workshops start at 9. But for due diligence in that, we're going to allow, I can't read the name, but it looks like Sherry Metro-Kavich.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, to come forward and
phone.
have 3 minutes.
I tell him to do it.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I guess I talked to you over the phone.
Yes, we did talk.
And I told you I'd be coming.
Yes, you did. Glad to see you.
Well, the reason why I'm here is I've been a resident of Manatee County and the city of Bradenton and we've had property here for 25 years. And over the course of time, and I actually stopped by mayor's office almost a year ago, and the county, this city has become so noisy, and I mean noise level is out of control, where as a citizen, and I talk to a lot of other citizens, that we feel like there's no place for us anymore. It's all about boom boxes, it's all about back mufflers and speeding down Manatee like it's some kind of a raceway. And I think that our police just are not even caring about it anymore at all. They don't even pay attention. We're not using our sound detection. And all we are dealt with is that, well, maybe you want to report. How am I going to go report on Manatee Avenue, people passing by, take pictures and tell you who has a loud noise at 11 o'clock at night, at 4 o'clock in the morning, at any time? It's becoming so noisy. I literally wrote on the website, and I came here over a year ago, and I said that we are actually competing with Paterson, New Jersey. That is my opinion of it. We're not competing to be the top of the line. We're not competing to be Sarasota. We're not competing to be anything. We're competing to be Paterson, New Jersey. You don't hear from people like me because I'm busy. And I've been wanting to come here for the last 3 months, and I haven't. But at some point, we're frustrated. We're absolutely frustrated with the noise, and I think that we need to do something about that. We need to start using those noise detection and catching these people. Enough is enough. I shouldn't have to have my house shaking at 4 o'clock in the morning because some guy wants to have his loud music or whatever boombox that the guy on the First Street is advertising, loudest mufflers and the loudest boombox. And he's selling something that's illegal. Illegal. One of the best things you can do to control crime, to control people, is to make sure that you discipline them on onset. You don't wait till they kill somebody to go after them. You want to discipline, just like a child. At the young age, you got to teach them what discipline is. You got to teach them what respect is for authority, for respect for the community, respect for their home. That's how I had to raise my children, that they had to know their boundaries. And you have boundaries when you get on that street. Not only with speed, you also have boundaries with noise. You have boundaries for the people that live near you.
All right, thank
My
you.
3 minutes is done.
Thank you.
Hopefully you listen to it because, like I said before, I will run for the mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
We do actively enforce the sound statute from vehicles. I don't have a number of citations. I do always encourage, that we receive phone calls when the opportunity presents itself and let us know. And I'm getting ready to come out. We're getting ready to come out with our annual report. I want to guess. I think we wrote over 3,000 citations last year. So we do take traffic enforcement very, very seriously. But certainly we will take a little bit of extra time to try to check out your area and see if we can help in any way.
Thank you.
We don't know where it is.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Item 7A is form-based code appeal. It's the continuation of public hearing.
The petitioners have had a death in the family, and they've requested a little bit more time. We did meet them at the home, take some measurements, tell them what was required. We got back with them with a diagram, so they're reviewing that now. My suggestion is that you continue this, but not to a time and date certain, and if we can't resolve it administratively, then we will put it back on an agenda in the future.
All right. Mr. Rudisell, anything other than just asking for a continuation?
No,
I
I
do
think
that by motion or?
Yes, it would be a motion to continue to no date certain, and then we'll bring it back if and when needed.
All right, we have a movement by Ms. Coachman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Barnaby. All right, start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
All right, continue to the future. Madam Clerk.
Item 7B is the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4058, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Chapter 14, Article 1, Section 14-4 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to keeping live poultry, allowing for the keeping of chickens pursuant to the terms and conditions contained herein, providing for permit requirements, providing for penalties for violations, providing for codification, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Singer.
Okay, Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. In this case, we are following through on some prior discussions regarding whether or not to amend the current ordinance, which prohibits the keeping of poultry in single-family homes, to create a process for allowing those on a limited basis. The enforcement history on this through last year shows about roughly 15, 16 cases per year. And this map depicts where those cases have occurred. Generally, what is proposed in the ordinance is to, similar to other communities in the area, to limit to 4 hens and no roosters, to provide a 10-foot setback to the coop or run, to provide a 6-foot tall opaque fence to surround the backyard, and to provide a permitting process, therefore we can inspect at any time on request. The idea is that it allows us in the inspections, we can't just go onto somebody's property without having a reason to be there under the code. And while some of that enforcement has occurred because of what we were able to see from the street, or easily see from the neighbor's backyard without peeking over fences, we do need a process in place that would allow us to call for an inspection to ensure compliance throughout the process. It also allows for the revocation of permits. In other words, if somebody isn't, keeping their property under compliance with this ordinance, that we would be able to revoke the permit and revoke the right to keep the chickens. We also are suggesting a repeal process for this ordinance so that if after a year or two we find that it's just not working out well, we're getting a lot of complaints, and it's been problematic, we have the opportunity for people, they can keep their chickens for the remainder of their year that they've been permitted for, but then they would have to rehome them after that if the city council decided at that point in time to repeal the ordinance. So with that, we're open to suggestions. From staff's perspective, we're fine with the current ordinance, but if you want to make this allowance, we do feel that a permitting process is appropriate.
I'm just going to say one thing about the permitting part of it. I mean, I've been back and forth thinking on that, but when you say that it actually gives us the opportunity to set us up to succeed better with the permitting process, because if somebody says they got chickens and they say we don't have chickens, but they're in a coop that you can't see and going on private property, this gives us an opportunity to say, hey, you don't have a permit, you need to get one, or you do, and we can make sure that the restrictions are being done right. Because like I said, I'd been back and forth on that. I don't know if anybody else has any questions.
Oh, I have
questions. I figured of. Ms.
Yeah,
Coker.
I mean, the whole permitting, I feel like we have so much, I think this will be burdensome on the planning department to add another permit and to have to go over there and inspect. I think I like the requirements that we have. In fact, I think there might be an additional one that we might want to consider. But to set up this whole bureaucracy, to me, is just counter to what we're trying to do. And I really want to encourage us to go forward with allowing the chickens, because I think we want to, I think this is kind of the next generation. This is something that they like having. And if we want to be able to invite and be welcoming to that next generation, I think we need to have it. But I think setting a whole bureaucratic thing around this is a little bit much. And I've looked at the surrounding communities, and they do not do a permit. I would really like to see us remove that permit part. I think that unless I missed it, I don't see any kind of setback requirement from any neighboring structure. I might want to see that, and I might want that, make sure that that fence is flush on, make sure that the opaque fence is flush on the grade so that, it stops anything from going underneath the fence. Those were two things that I would like to see.
Singer, to that, I think the permitting was more about making sure that we could make sure people were meeting the regulations.
Correct.
And if we don't have a permit, what enforcement policy do we have? Or how does that hinder that?
Yeah, if we're providing just performance standards, essentially, then there's no reason for us to go out there initially to see if they're meeting those requirements. I mean, if a structure that they're building requires a permit, the fence would require a permit. But if other structures don't require a permit, then we don't have a reason to enter their property to even view it in the beginning. And then I think as an ongoing matter to make sure that things are, that that they've met the chicken limit, that they're not having more than 4 fowl at a time, then I think it's important to be able to access the property to check on that.
But without a permit, we wouldn't have that access?
Not necessarily, no. We have to have some kind of proof of a violation.
Somebody
and even then,
neighbor calls and complains.
Correct.
Is that enough to go?
No.
What?
Not to enter their property.
Not to enter their
to check on things. Volker, do you want to?
They're not.
Mr. Rudinsdale?
just code enforcement is under the same restrictions as the law enforcement officers are when it comes to going onto private property. They can't just enter private property without having a code enforcement warrant, which we rarely, I don't know if Volker's ever had occasion to do that, but so typically they're relying on, if it's activities that are in a backyard, for example, they're going to have to rely on, photos and testimony from neighbors if they're even able to see it. So I think that was the reason for the permitting. Now, we've seen during the course of this process, sometimes neighbors do have photos and video evidence that they can provide. So, there are occasions where we get that, but that's the reason.
So if we go to a neighbor's property, they allow us in their backyard to look at the other people's backyard from visual and see chickens, and there's 10 chickens, not 4, or hens, then we can do something.
I'm Volker Reis, the compliance manager for the city of Bradenton. The answer is yes, Mayor. We have 2 ways, like with everything else we enforce. We cannot go on private property uninvited. So we either ask on a chicken complaint currently, for example, we go to the property, we ask the property owner or the resident if they allow. We had a complaint about your property. Do you have chickens? Can we go on the property? And we'll find out what they say. Some people admit it, they do. Or we can go on a neighbor's property with permission and and if we can view the backyard or whatever parts of the yard.
And the only way we would normally know is somebody complains.
Well, sometimes, we do proactives in the area sometimes, and, it's not necessarily all complaint driven. Typically with chickens it is, but I'm not ruling out that we would ever not do not do a proactive inspection on something. But just to clarify something with the permit, if let's just pretend for a moment we have a permitting process. If somebody does not have a permit at that point and we get a chicken complaint, the permitting process itself will not allow us to go on that subject property. We could only go on private property if that property owner is either in the process of getting a permit or already has a permit. I just want to make sure we respect people's property rights. We do not go on people's property because we suspect something. We can't do that. Just for the record.
Questions? Ms. Barnaby?
Ms. Singer, when we had the workshop, there was talk about having some sort of barrier between somebody's property and their neighbors. I took that to mean like a concrete block wall, not an opaque fence that if it floods, stuff can go under that fence.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we also have the 10-foot setback for both the coop and the runs.
In my neighborhood, when it floods, that's not going to make a dang bit of difference.
So
this is not what
curbing.
This was not what I thought we were going to advise.
Okay. We can require curbing along the fence line as well. I think the only issue may be if somebody has an easement. There's certain limitations on permanent structures within those easements, but we can require curbing in addition to the fence.
I don't think curbing's going to keep stuff from going through this fence. If we've got we get some of these torrential rainstorms that we get in my neighborhood. I mean, several times a year, I have an infinity pool.
Yeah.
And I have fencing around my yard. It doesn't stop it.
Ms. Moore?
Is there any problem with, to the extent that we're talking about putting a structure flush or more permanent with water movement? You know, does that raise concerns about changing
A little bit it does. Yeah, and as I said, if there's an easement, particularly a drainage easement, putting a retaining wall or a curb in there may violate the requirements of the drainage easement.
So they would have to move it completely on their property?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the things I'm thinking about people that have contacted me that most are for, they like the idea of possibly doing it themselves, but they're not in flood areas like some others are. So I don't know how there's a happy median, because some never get that water that would happen. Obviously, we had a unique situation this past year, but I agree with both of, to my right, Ms. Barnaby and Ms. Moore, there's more water in the areas that you live every day. So that is a concern. But I don't know, what's the happy median to make sure that if it flows on somebody else's property that they basically can't have them. Is that a way? I don't know.
We could
going forward.
Flood zones.
Yeah.
We could prohibit them in flood zones, but there's
It's a hard
drainage
thing.
easement. Yeah, there's drainage easements throughout the city, not just in flood zones. So, we're always going to be dealing with that.
Ms. Coker.
Yeah, I mean, in the flooding areas, you have dog.
Feces.
Yeah, and you have birds, and why are we just worrying about chickens? People put black cow in their landscape beds. Why are we I feel like we need to be looking at putting out a good policy rather than trying to go for this specific little issue. I think that if there was an opaque fence there, obviously what happened during the storms was the 100-year, a bad thing. But I don't know. I feel like we're getting into a big quagmire here with this permit, and we've got surrounding areas that allow this, and we're actually even being tighter than what they have. Birds don't know jurisdictional boundaries, and you've got plenty of people that have chickens that are in the city right now that, aren't bothering anybody. And so I like what we're doing. I think it'll help us to maybe keep for better neighbors, but I think we're getting a little too much into and setting up a bureaucratic mess.
We'll go to Ms. Coachman and then Vice Mayor Kramer.
Thank you. So, I have a few things. In terms of being similar to our neighboring area, the county, we're different from the county. We're a lot more dense. They have areas where this wouldn't really be maybe a major issue. However, putting policy in place, let's say we decide to change policy and allow chickens, doing it without some kind of regulatory permitting, that's asking for big trouble right there. However, we're also asking for big trouble. How are we going to manage that? So this is more than yes, no. It has so many other pieces to it. We've got to think about it. There may be some people who want to have chickens and they don't even have the land to be able to do this with these stipulations. So I just don't know. It's like if we go with it, we're going to be discriminating at somebody. Because somebody may want to have chickens, but they have a small lot and they can't even really do all of this, or they don't have the income to do all of this, but they want chickens. I'll just listen to more discussion.
Vice Mayor Kramer.
Thanks for putting this together. The question of easements that you brought up, would that 10-foot setback from property lines, either side or rear yards, would that pretty much alleviate that concern if we didn't have a permitting process? So I guess the real question is, without any permit, people could just put them up theoretically anywhere.
Yeah.
And yet possibly on top of an easement.
If it's a movable shed, they can't put any permanent structures into an easement. So
I understand that,
and
but
depending on what the
but they may not know that.
Yeah.
They may just say, "Oh, I'm going to put it in my backyard. I didn't realize that was an easement."
Right.
And then we're
10
But
feet.
would the permitting? I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. Would the permitting process alleviate that?
To a degree, yes, I believe so. And I think also 10 feet usually is going to accommodate most easements. So if they're meeting the 10-foot requirement, they probably are going to be out of most easements.
Okay. Would it have to be just an opaque fence, or could we make a requirement that in those areas it's not an opaque fence, and yet not a curb, so to say?
I think we'd have to see, in terms of, as I said, like putting a retaining wall or curbing in an easement would be a difficult issue. But it was mentioned that the fence could go all the way down to the ground.
Correct.
In those cases, and perhaps stop it from
So a non-opaque fence could do that job.
potentially, yes, especially if we have the 10-foot setback for the run and everything else.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Moore and then Ms. Barnaby.
I'm sorry, I already had my turn.
I don't honestly have a strong opinion about whether or not we permit people to have chickens in city limits. So I really want to hear what you all, to the extent that you feel strongly about it. What I am a proponent, what I want to point out though, a couple of things that I heard today, but also just the general thoughts for us to consider. It sounded like Mr. Rice said that even if we have the permitting process, the accusation that someone has chickens without a permit is still something that his department has to struggle with balancing with people's private property rights. So I don't know, do you have thoughts on how effective a permitting process will be for enforcement?
Permitting process will give us permission to go on the property once a permit is obtained. Let's say somebody has a permit, but they don't meet something changes afterwards. They start with 4 chickens, and then we get a complaint from the neighbor that says, well, they have 8 chickens. So if that individual has a permit for the 4 chickens, it would give us, and Mr. Rudisill, if I'm wrong, stop me. It would give us permission to go on the property to check solely if the conditions of the permit are met, not for anything else, obviously. You can, but
I'm sorry, were you asking if somebody didn't get a permit?
if
Correct.
somebody,
We can still enforce, but we can't go on their
yes,
property.
if somebody, if we get a complaint about chickens, if this would be adopted, and we would still be in the same position we are now. If that person does not, we would check, do they have a permit, yes or no? If they do not have a permit, we would have to find a way to prove that they have chickens and then cite them for having chickens without a permit. But but the mere fact that there's a permit for it doesn't mean that we can just go on the property.
Okay, and the reason why I just want to highlight that is what my experience, limited experience, just anecdotal observation is that people who really care about having their chickens, generally speaking, keep them well. The few I have observed, they build nice coops, they take care of the chickens, but the people that do not aren't going to. And so I'm just wondering, if we require permits, is it still going to, is that maxim still going to hold true? We're still going to have the bad actors that don't get permits. We're still going to struggle with enforcement with them. And the ones that are, responsible, law-abiding citizens are going to obtain the permit and do the right thing.
I mean, I guess it's worth noting, in my time here, I've yet to see one of the chicken violations come in front of the special magistrate. In other words, we're citing them, issuing a notice of violation, and they're removing or rehoming the chickens. So we have a good compliance after violation notice.
Okay.
So I think bringing people into line where they could obtain a permit in order to keep their chickens, I think it would be successful in that respect. I don't expect that we're going to have but that's right where we are now. They're not allowed to have them at all,
Right.
and they're still violating the ordinance. So this gives them an opportunity to come into compliance.
Okay. And then my only other thought was, for me, the setback is absolutely required. Yes, it's going to exclude people that don't have that kind of space, but I think that that's the only way to really honor neighbors' rights, as well as, that to me, if you want to have a chicken coop, then you have to figure out how to live in a different type of property.
So what if, what you made me think of this, what if I have a big back porch that's big enough to put a coop on the porch and they're inside?
I don't think this precludes you doing that.
Right, that's what, so I
Yeah.
mean, depending on the size of your property and what you have, I know some people that have a porch that, like, they keep rabbits in the house, they keep snakes. All right, so I guess we've had a lot of discussion, so we need to go to the public hearing. Mr. Rudisell, that is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. All right. All right, so at this time, we will open the public hearing for ordinance 4058. I do have two cards. I have Sarah Johnston first, and then I have Patrick Penacek. Good morning. You have 3 minutes, and please
Sarah
state your name and
Johnston,
address.
109 23rd Street West, Bradenton. I'm going to make this quick, already presenting for the third time. This new proposed code is not viable in my eyes. We have continuously came before this council showing our evidence, noise, and the concern of chicken feces and feathers coming through our fence, filling our yard and pool with heavy rains and floods, and the health concerns from the CDC. The 10-foot away property line is not going to make a difference with noise. Since this all started, I have video every day of the noise, but unfortunately having 3 minutes, 3 videos will have to do. The 6-foot opaque fence will not make a difference for passing of feces and feathers throughout neighboring yards unless it is built into the ground or tightly at ground level. If it is not, this will not prevent chicken feces and feathers from passing through and potentially contaminating our soil, our pool, our dogs, or even us as humans. The city keeping track of vet records is not realistic. Specific veterinarians will only care for chickens. Please don't subject the remainder of Bradenton population to the nightmare we have experienced. Please don't implement an ordinance that cannot be monitored or controlled. The city of Bradenton was under fire already for a city code officer found guilty of taking a bribe in exchange for dismissing a violation. Now, our neighbor, Ben Bacher, who is the chair for the City of Bradenton's Planning Commission, who has knowingly and willingly violated a city code of no chickens and roosters for the past 7 months, that everyone on this board has been well aware of. He claims of wanting a healthier lifestyle. His wife is on Facebook selling everything that they grow in their backyard. Sorry, but where are people's ethics? All neighbors should have common respect and courtesy for each other. The peacefulness of our living has been disrupted for far too long now. Here's the current. This has been going on, the noise, every day, morning, afternoon, night. February 10th in the afternoon again. You can clearly hear them inside our house. February 25th. And now what they're doing is they are taking their chickens inside the house, which I have a video of them as well, but obviously I'm out of time.
All right, thank you. We have Patrick Pettichek. Please state your name and city of residence for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Certainly. Patrick Panasic, 109 23rd Street, Bradenton. Good morning, Mayor, again, and City Council members. I'm opposed to any change to the current ordinance allowing chickens in the city of Bradenton. I know today you will likely make a decision on an issue that you've dealt with a few times. As Sarah mentioned, we've dealt with this issue on a daily basis over the last 7 months. It's really been an experiment. It's really been a beta experiment that I really would not anyone else to go through. Although of the efforts of the code enforcement staff, which have done a great job, the city of Bradenton has either been unwilling or unable to enforce a simple yes or no, do you have chicken ordinance? And that's the case yet today. The current ordinance, or I should say the violations of the ordinance, not only we purchased what we thought in Bradenton, a nice house with a beautiful backyard. We've rarely been able to use the backyard. In fact, the matter is, based on the noise, it also encroaches inside of the house. With our ability to use this space, or in fact our home in a peaceful manner, has been encroached. There are documented federal and state safety arguments that could be made against backyard chickens, but I trust you already know this. There are some that argue that keeping of chickens has a positive financial impact, i.e. the eggs. That is akin to a deer hunter up north that claims they go hunting to save on meat cost, or someone with a large boat that says they're going fishing to save on the cost of fish. It just doesn't happen. I reviewed the proposed ordinance as written, and no, it does not meet even the basic standards of Manatee County, i.e. the 25-foot from adjacent residences, which has been omitted from the proposed change. So I think in the language, it does not adequately define the fencing requirements and has omitted language requiring the establishment of at least a 25-foot barrier to adjacent residences. And no matter what the language you put in the fencing, you cannot negate the intrusive sound or smell. With our rains and significant flooding potential, like in 2024, the raising of chickens by one resident will likely have affect other neighbors, surrounding neighbors, by the migration of chicken feces onto other properties, creating potential health risk. Being an expert on process and control development, you can't enforce this. There's too many variables. You can't even enforce one that says yes or no, you have chickens effectively. And we certainly cannot enforce one that has the multiple variances that are proposed. I ask you to not approve this ordinance change and keep the current ordinance in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other cards to speak. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? We'll close the public hearing. Ms. Singer, do you have anything else or comments or ideas?
I have it.
All right, and we can get more questions. So, Ms. Moore, question?
Do we know what Manatee County requires?
I know they limit it to 4 hens. Okay. So it's a similar requirement, but I think the physical requirements are minimal.
Okay, so they don't have setback requirements? They just have like lot size requirements?
I think off the top of my head, I can't, because we looked at a number of different ordinances, and I just don't have that information in front of me. Yeah.
Does the council care about consistency with the
I
county?
would like to know, because I think it makes a difference in terms of this, amount of setback and distance from the property lines.
One of the things, though, that I think we really got to look at is we're an urban core.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We're not the county.
Chief has some information possibly.
I'm practicing with Chat GPT. You can keep up to 4 hens, and I'm familiar because my neighbors have chickens. You can keep up to 4 hens in a coop or enclosed structure. Roosters are prohibited. This is kind of interesting. They don't allow selling of eggs.
Yeah.
And you do know, if you go onto Facebook Marketplace, there's a lot of homes here in the city of Bradenton who openly sell eggs for $5 a dozen.
I didn't know that.
Yep. It says they must be kept for personal use, not for commercial use. And it has a whole coop requirements here. Coop must be at least 10 feet away from any adjoining property, 25 feet away from any neighboring residential dwelling. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here.
So 25 feet, would that include the dwelling as the property line or the?
Away from the dwelling.
Adjacent.
It's 25 feet from a dwelling.
From your.
So that's the house,
But 10
Your
feet
neighbor.
property line, okay.
Oh, they address odors, must be non-detectable, must be located in the backyard. So that would go to your, Mayor Brown, your question. I don't know that it would be allowed on a back porch if it says it has to be in the backyard. But yeah, they have.
Your back porch is in your backyard.
Yeah.
The one thing that listening obviously to the videos and over the last several weeks, there is noise. So how would you handle the noise part of it? Does that meet a noise ordinance? I mean, you got barking dogs too, so dogs bark in the backyard.
It does have, for the county, no person owns, possesses, keeps, maintains chickens in residential, which should allow any such chicken to create or contribute to a nuisance condition which is detectable. I guess that's where it is.
No.
Ms. Moore?
That would include noise.
It would be my suggestion, if we are desiring to permit the keeping of chickens, to not have our ordinance be any more permissive than the county. I think we should be meeting at least the bare minimum of the county's requirements. And then, because we are an urban core, if we wanted to add more, if we wanted to layer more prohibitions or guidance as to placement and whatnot, then I think we can do that.
I don't disagree, and that's why I asked when we went through the whole thing about having be as similar to the county as possible. But the county is a lot bigger properties at times, and so I think you have to really look at, most of the people that I know that were asking about this, that were thinking about doing it, have no problems being 25 feet, but from the dwelling. But dwelling would be back of X person's house to the back of the other person's house. So there's going to be 50, 100 feet between houses, probably more than likely. So 10 feet off the property line.
Not in the newer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying still, I'm thinking the backyards of places in the river district, you're going to be at 25 feet.
I think where you're going to have an issue is when you have some non-conforming properties, but most of the new construction, even in like the river district, you're going to have 20 or 25 feet setback from your back property line. So then remember, each person should have that. It should be very easy for you to keep away from that.
Right. And if they don't have it, then they can't have the.
Well, exactly.
And that was my point too. It was like, well, if we set these requirements, which if we were to go with it, we need these in place. But then there are going to be people who can't do it because they don't have the property. So it's.
Well, we're dealing with the fence permit right now, that the fence permit doesn't meet the regulations that we have.
Right.
So you got to judge that.
It's kind of like a pool. I mean, not everybody can have room for a pool. Not everybody's going to have room for a coop. Not everybody's going to have room for an auxiliary dwelling unit. I mean, you can't, just because some people can't have it doesn't mean other people shouldn't.
Well, this is not a pool, though. This is talking about raising chickens so you can have eggs. A pool, you don't have a pool, go to the beach. It's just so many factors to look into. It's hard to say yes but only some people can do it. Whereas if you say no, no one can do it. Everybody. I mean,
but what's happening now is you're saying no, and people are still doing it anyway.
True.
And we're going to go in a little order here. Miss Barnaby.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Rudisil, there was comments made during citizen comment. Is it okay if I ask Mr. Rice to clarify code enforcement actions of the special magistrate?
I don't see why not.
I'm just asking. Wife of an attorney here, So,
Between a lot of attorneys.
yeah, y'all stuck me down here with all
Married
the
to one.
legal eagles. So, Mr. Rice, I know that in the comments brought forth during the public hearing, there was an allegation that nothing was happening with regards to a case that was brought forward. And I did not attend the code enforcement hearing. Could you share with us what the magistrate's orders were?
The case was brought to the magistrate, and the magistrate continued did not make a ruling. She continued the hearing to the May 6th, I believe, 6th special magistrate hearing. Reason being is we have a longstanding policy of if a situation is a code enforcement violation at this point, however, there is pending changes in the ordinance that we allow something.
Pending possible changes.
Yeah. We don't want to find something in violation today that is allowed 3 weeks from now. It just doesn't make sense at this point. It's not that it's going to be lost if council decides now that that no change to the ordinance is made. Mr. Barker is going to come back on May 6th, and most likely, if nothing changes, going to be probably most likely found in violation. But that's typically what we do and have been doing forever.
Right, and we now have a special magistrate. In the past, when I was on the council before, we had citizens that sat in that role. But we now have a special magistrate, somebody that is trained to handle these types of cases.
Yes,
And this is a long-standing process that we have used for many, many, many years. This was not something that was dreamed up to benefit or not benefit a single case.
You basically, the magistrate decided, I'm not going to make a decision on something that is legal in a month or two. So that's typically what she does. And
okay, I appreciate that clarification.
And Mr. Reese, has anyone up here asked you to do anything one way or the other?
No.
So I mean, I just wanted that to be on the record that none of us have said do this, and I don't think the planning commissioner asked you to do it one way or the other. They're going through the process.
That is correct.
And that's what, when conversation was had, that's what we said had to happen. Because
I did have conversations with Mr. Barker, but they were about the process.
Process, right. So,
can I say one thing about
Yes,
the
sir.
noise, please, before? Just to make sure, if the council decides that in one way, shape, or form, chickens are allowed under certain conditions, you're going to have to live with the noise. So we can't have later people complaining, well, we want chickens, but we don't want to have them make any noise. It's like dogs. If we allow dogs, we're going to have to live with the consequences of allowing dogs, and we have to live with the consequences of allowing hens. Roosters are, of course, a separate issue. But we can't just later come back and say, you know what, code enforcement, you go out and you make sure that these chickens don't make any noise. Well, that's very difficult to do, or almost impossible. So if council decides that, well, all of us going to have to live with the consequences of the noise consequences.
Mr. Rice, just again, I've learned more about chickens than I ever wanted to know. Grilled or fried is what I always want to know about chickens. There are chickens that are quieter than others. So I'm dead serious. Google has spoken.
Miss Moore.
No, all I'm saying is there are chickens that are quieter with others, and if you really want to go down that rabbit trail and you really want to do an ordinance that would allow chickens, you might want to look at putting in the ordinance exactly what kind of chickens they can have, because there are quieter chickens.
Miss Moore, and then Miss Coker, and then Miss Coachman.
I don't have any objection to including a requirement for quieter chickens. Because I think we are trying to balance. I mean, I think too. So I just want to let you all know, my where I'm kind of landing. I think that you raise a good point about the next generation. Well, first, let me preface this. Speaking to your comment, it feels awkward to discuss a new policy change, given the history of the most immediate and the most vocal proponents and opponents of the proposed change. So I will just let you know that I have tried to assess my ward, and see what works and what doesn't. I happen to have, which I love about Ward 4, that it's a bit diverse. So I have several HOAs, to my understanding. They don't care at all because they govern themselves accordingly and they decide their own rules, and this doesn't affect them. I have apartment dwellers, and then I have people who are not in an HOA but own single-family residences. We have currently illegal chickens in my neighborhood. And again, those people have asked me, have been in favor of the change, and they, this is just anecdotal, they are younger, the ones that have reached out to me that, that are hoping that we'll make the change. So I would just want to let you all know that is, I think, just kind of representative of, we're trying to do something that everyone can kind of live with, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to, make a determination at some point. But the other thing I was going to say is that I do still stick with, I think that we can discuss the 25 feet from a building, but generally speaking, I think that we should not be more permissive than the county, to the extent it makes sense, because we are urban. And so I would also suggest that we include the prohibition on sales. Mm-hmm. And sales of the birds and also of the eggs.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is that legal?
Yeah, the issue that we have with the prohibition on sales is that the city's now preempted from home occupations. And so those types of sales activities that occur from the home are generally permissible now under state law. And so that's why the initial draft of the ordinance did have that prohibition in it, but I was the one who actually reached out to staff and told them we needed to remove it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mayor, I'd also point out that I believe that some legislation passed about 2 years ago requires a business impact analysis when there is home rule types of exertions of authority that have financial implications on people that engage in commercial activities.
Into that microphone, I'm going to smack.
All right. Thank you. Miss Coker, and then Miss Coachman.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on chicken noise, but I did reach out to someone that does have chickens, and they are going to have noise when they're laying their eggs. But I think we sitting here need to be focusing on putting out good policy that's consistent with the surrounding areas, and not trying to fix a neighborhood dispute. And hopefully most neighbors will work that out between each other and be good neighbors. But we need to focus on the policy. So.
Ms. Coachman.
I agree with that. In terms of quieter chickens, I did do a little research. Mr. Perry and I spoke about this. In my neighborhood, there are some chickens somewhere, and there's a rooster somewhere. And I only hear it when I'm outside walking my dog early in the morning, and that kind of thing. But the sound sounds muffled a bit. It's not as loud. And I understand it's a distance between us, but it still just sounds different, the quality of the sound. So I did a little research. There's something called a collar, a rooster collar or something. To me, it sounds abusive, but evidently it is some way to reduce the sound. It's still sound, though. It still can be irritating, I'm sure, to people who are closer to it. So I found that interesting in my research. You're absolutely right. In terms of policy, we've got to decide this for the good of the city, not a particular dispute. I also did a little walking around my ward and asked questions because obviously there are some chickens around and they aren't making complaints to the city about them. In terms of them, I know they have coops or some way to contain them, but I have recently seen a few chickens walking around. They're beautiful. They're like this golden color. They weren't making any noise at the time. They were just walking around, I think. In some areas, people will be more permissive, but I'm not sure if in those areas they can meet these standards, which I'm not disagreeing with the standards. I'm just saying we're more urban. I don't know if
That's
this.
good or bad.
Yeah.
Ms. Coachman, you made me think of something that a few years back, before we lived where we live now, my wife and I and our neighbors, we each put in a little bird feeder and a little bird water. And in the mornings, we used to love to hear the birds. So the birds make the noise, similar to the noise we heard that, again, I'm not saying good or bad, but
It sounds like a crane.
but it sounded like, they would get out there and they would sing in the morning, and we couldn't hear it in the house. When we opened the door, we could hear it. So I think, and then that's like then the neighbor 2 doors down that got a new dog that barked all night long when they were gone. And, that was annoying because we could hear that in our house. But I think there's some things, as Mr. Reese said, you can't really, sometimes outside noise is more ambient than it is others, and we're not going to be able to do it. So, are you finished, Ms. Cushman?
Yeah, and also to the noise, in my immediate neighborhood where I'm living, I'm not far from our water treatment facility. So, and I'm not far from 301. So, I mean, just the smells of
traffic noise.
Yeah, and all that. So, it's.
So, Vice Mayor Raymer.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. One of my best friends lives in the city of St. Petersburg, in an old neighborhood with a very small lot, a little, very small home. And in her side yard, she has a chicken coop that does not have any type of fence around it. I don't even know where on her property she could put a fence that's sort of that small, but she meets all the requirements of the city of St. Petersburg's ordinance. Her chickens make a little bit of noise when they are laying eggs or in the process of laying eggs, and there's not a lot more than that. I know we've had video evidence to the contrary, presumably that they're not laying eggs at all the squawking we're hearing. I do believe that whatever we do has to have some type of permitting process to allow our staff to enforce what's necessary and also to make sure any any lot standards are maintained. I think without that, then we just open up a big issue. I know there's a lot of yard birds that run around. They're not anybody's pets. They're just yard birds that run around. If you go on the east side, there's roosters. There's a rooster that somehow hops a fence and is in the middle of my wife's the place where she works out east, just off Manatee Avenue. I told her to call code enforcement to get rid of it because it's technically not legally within the city. But I think the only way we get this done is to have many of those recommendations, if we could at some point see those, many of those recommendations that were done by the staff, by staff. Thank you.
When you said that code enforcement to get rid of him, I just envisioned Mr. Volker chasing the rooster down the road trying to catch it. Not to make light of it, because it's a serious issue, and obviously it's there. But it's so basically the chair will entertain a motion at this time.
Well,
Ms. Coker,
I'll make a motion to, oh boy, hold on, give me a second. What's going on? Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, but I kind of need my notes. I'll make a motion, where is the?
ordinance 4058.
Ordinance 4058, but I want to amend it to remove the permitting section and to add the setback from adjacent dwelling units to match the county's requirement, and that the fence be flush with the grade.
So there's a motion as stated. Is there a second? Okay, so it dies from a lack of a second. Does anyone else have anything they want to say on this?
Don't be looking at me.
You had your pink card out.
Ma'am, can you pull up, I think it was the 5th page of your little report that you gave us, which isn't what we have up here.
Okay. Oops, are we talking about the,
Whatever you provided.
The staff
It might have
report?
been. It wasn't the staff report we have in Granicus. It was a different one.
okay. The presentation?
Yeah, I believe that was probably it. Yeah, it was that page, yes.
I also have the ordinance available if you want me to bring that up.
No, I have a copy of that here. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor Kramer.
I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 58 with the stipulations mentioned here on the screen. The limit of 4 hens per property, no roosters, 10-foot setback to a Cooper run, a 6-foot tall opaque fence. I would actually opaque or other style fence. Actually, I'd scratch opaque. I would actually, and tell me if this is possible, Ms. Singer, an actual, some type of solid fence. I don't know what the non-opaque fence, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Well,
Is
Non-transparent.
No.
If I,
Yes, sir.
if I could, let me, because this, what's up on the screen
Not the ordinance.
is not the language in the ordinance.
I understand. These are
But-
stipulations.
No. These are this is just it's just kind of an abbreviated version of the language that's in the ordinance. So let me just read what's in the ordinance related to the fence or enclosure. So what it says is, oh, and there it is. Okay. Yeah, 6-foot tall opaque enclosures such as wood or PVC fence or wall must surround the yard or portion of the yard where the coop pen is located.
And that means it goes down to the ground.
We would need to add that to make it installed flush with grade.
Okay.
So as approving with adding that to the.
With adding to item E, flush with grade, for any fencing to be flush with grade.
I'll second that.
And in addition, Mrs. Coker's additional amendment of it being set back at least 25 feet from adjacent properties, not the property owner, but the adjacent properties.
Dwelling.
So
Dwellings.
Okay. So
Which
Well-
would be
Okay.
at the end of D, I guess.
Could we amend it to remove the veterinary, because, I mean, that's just not going to be possible.
And I think the reason for that is if we receive a complaint that the chickens are unhealthy or we suspect they're unhealthy, then we would ask to have a professional intervene because we're no judge of whether a chicken is healthy or not. And that's the only reason for that. We're not asking for a veterinary report on an annual basis. We just.
Didn't it kind of insinuate, I mean, isn't that what it says, though? You were having to have kind of like a vaccination? I thought that's the way I read it. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
I think I may have read it that way too.
So I think the language would be, and at least 25 feet from any adjacent residential dwelling.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to say on neighboring properties, not like on the subject property.
Yeah, exactly, adjacent.
And this will be adjusted by the city attorney. I'm just throwing language in here to get to the gist of it. I think it's.
Okay, so it says that they have to be under the care of a veterinarian, but.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you're not giving any proof, but I just. Okay.
It's just if there's a dispute and we're saying we're not sure about the health of the neighbor thinks they look unhealthy, we think they look fine, but we're not sure. We want
to. They don't have to give like an immunization.
No, we're not requiring that. It's just that there be a professional that can give that opinion. I don't know if there's
So there's a motion as stated with corrections.
Additions.
And a second by Ms. Coachman.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am. Discussion, Ms. Barnaby.
thank you. I will not be supporting this. I think this is opening up Pandora's box.
Oh, yes.
I think what people are going to hear is that you can keep chickens in the city of Bradenton and they're not going to pay attention to the fact that we've got some pretty stringent rules to be put in place should this motion passes. So if it does pass, I would strongly urge our planning department to contact, I don't know, I think Tractor Supply sells chickens out east. Come See, Come Save may sell chickens. I would make sure that you, if this passes, that you get this information out to them so when little Janie comes skipping in with her mom to say, we want some chickens. Do you live in the city of Bradenton? This is what you're going to have to do. Because I think what's going to go forth is, oh, you can now have chickens in the city if it passes. And they're not paying attention to any of the regulations that would be put in place with this. Today it's chickens. Tomorrow it could be people coming in and wanting to keep miniature Scotland Highland cows and miniature Nambian goats because they give milk. And again, when you take an agriculture animal or a farm animal and you introduce it into an urban setting, it's a whole different ballgame.
Okay.
And I said before, some of you all have never dealt with a barking dog complaint.
Oh, yeah.
And those, we've got all sorts of rules and regulations with them, but we still have a heck of a time with barking dog complaints. So I just feel that this is opening up Pandora's box. And it's I don't see it as, again, responsible pet owners, we don't get barking dog complaints on. And chickens are a whole new ballgame.
All right, thank you.
May I just remind you that that ball game is being played in St. Pete and Sarasota, and like as Ms. Moore acknowledged, this is we want to be a welcoming place for every generation, and that is definitely something that is the next generation. And I think we need to be for everybody.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to say you're absolutely right. This is opening up a lot. And I hope our staff, should this pass, I hope they're ready for it, because it's definitely going to add, it's going to add to your responsibilities, and it's not going to be an easy thing. But we have other things, and we try to regulate speed because there's a need for it. But people still break the law and get tickets. But you got to just look at the total. I hear you.
Well, all I'm going to say is that government can't make people any smarter, any better looking, or have more common sense, because if we could do it, we would do it, and dang, we'd figure out a way to tax it.
Vice Mayor Kramer.
To your point, Mrs. Coachman, there are always going to be bad actors, and that's what enforcement's for. And I have faith and confidence in our enforcement officers that they will be able to handle this. Yes, it's going to be an additional work, but it's something they can do.
All right, so we have a motion and a second by Mr. Kramer and seconded by Ms. Coachman. Other discussion, Ms. Moore?
Also, let's keep in mind that we can repeal it. So I'm kind of considering this like an experiment. If staff comes and says this is just out of control, if citizens send us emails saying this is horrible, then we have built that kind of protection in.
Thank you for saying that, because I did have that in my notes. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 1.
Yes.
2.
No.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Carries 4-1. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Ms. Singer. Madam Clerk.
Item 7C is the public hearing for Resolution 2537, Operations and Maintenance Agreement for the City of Bradenton's wastewater treatment plant.
Yes, sir. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, we'll come back from recess. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mayor.
I saw that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate it. The matter before Council at this point is approval of a request for resolution number 2537, which is an operation and maintenance agreement for the City of Bradenton's wastewater treatment plant. And it does include a public hearing that is required by a specified statute that I will address in just a moment. But I think the important thing to talk about as an matter of introduction is what we're looking at doing, an introduction into this policy proposal, which is basically what the resolution is. And it looks at the outsourcing of operations and maintenance of the wastewater reclamation facility, the wastewater treatment plant. And that includes a facility that has about 16 authorized FTE, has been long-term being operated by the City of Bradenton.
Tell us what FTE is, Mr.
FTE is going to be full-time employees.
I just want to make sure the public understands it.
Yep. And it's generically what I refer to as inside the fence. What it doesn't include is our collections and system, the mechanical section that services that. It doesn't include our water plant out at Evers and the distribution system that services that. This is strictly limited to wastewater treatment plant. And so the question probably becomes, well, Mr. Perry, why do you want outsource that? And I think the answer to that question is because of the performance of the present operations and maintenance. And it's really not just today, but a history of deficient operations, maintenance, and probably even moreover, the sufficiency and the resiliency of our infrastructure, the plant and the aged infrastructure at the plant. It presents a lot of different challenges. There's contributing factors to those challenges. They're really twofold. One is our collection system, and you've heard me talk numerous times endlessly about I&I, inflow and infiltration. And that has to be addressed. That's basically out in the streets, homes, and community of the city. It involves a system of transmission lines, lift stations, private laterals at homes, and manholes that have been aged themselves that allows water to penetrate and really overcapacitate our system. We want to focus on that, and we think that this will allow us to put more attention on that, which we have been focusing on and facing it and fixing it, to use the mantra, for quite some time, and we've had some success. So it'll allow us to kind of put more of a laser focus on that, but it'll also allow us to use an adjunct, which is the technology of an engineering firm, which is the proposal by Woodward and Curran. Although the proposal relates to the operations and maintenance, being an engineering firm, they have a great deal of automated technology that is utilized in today's modern collection system as well, both at the plant as well as at our lift stations and other components of the collection system. Technology is really important. An example of that is lift station 17. I think it might be 14, and on the Wares Creek. And what happened during the last storm is we had so much flow through there that our motors and pumps failed, basically, and we had discharges into Wares Creek. And when we went to repair that, we basically were unable to pull the pump out. It had fallen into the wet well, and ultimately it took us 2 days. It was surrounded by a tiger dam that we obtained actually through FDEM, and we were able to remediate it, but we had to basically pump out with pump trucks throughout and other types of interim measures. Those components should be technologically advanced and be able to be monitored on a preventative maintenance schedule. And really, in today's world, what that means is that our technicians, Nate Tilly and the mechanical bunch, they should be able to go out and take a tablet, an iPhone, and pick up a QR code on that component and look at that component's history of service and performance, to look at really, is it over its recommended lifespan? Is the amperage that it's drawing for electrical capacity adequate and the like? Because if that happened, we would have had those pumps replaced instead of trying to replace them during a hurricane, which in essence is what we had. And the same is true at the plant, is that there's about 36 different pieces of key capital infrastructure at our plant. Our plant itself, it's a complex activated sludge mixed liquor facility for wastewater treatment. It has a number of different functions of biochemical processes, and it's sick right now from the storms and even otherwise without the storms. And so what we have to do is improve our performance at the plant and also focus on our performance in the collection system to get out of the problem that we're in, which leads to exceedances, and it also leads to spillovers at the plant and other types of releases and discharges. They're regulated. We pay fines on them. DEP is the first level of fines, and then that is an offset to what the Waterkeepers litigation components have on a stipulated penalty schedule. It's pretty complex. It's much more than I ever really wanted to do. I never learned too much in my history in law school or in my business degree or otherwise about wastewater. I never thought I'd actually know as much as I do. And it's unfortunate, but myself, Lance, and others have had to tackle this, and we look forward to tackling it and try to find solutions. One of the solutions we had done with the approval of council, and I appreciate that, about $2 million that we put towards Jacobs Engineering to do consulting. But consulting is one thing, to sit with our operators and to try to look at how the process is going, develop policies and procedures that improve our processes, our operations and maintenance. However, it hasn't been successful for a variety of different reasons. One of the things is they can't operate the plant for us. They're not licensed Florida operators with either a trainee type certification, a C, a B, or an A operator. And they have to be. We talked to them a great deal about doing that. We'd also talked to other folks. And we were contacted in an unsolicited manner by Woodward Curran and didn't know too much about them. So we've always been considering the outsourcing of this component. I spoke with Kelly Boatwright from Florida Department of Environmental Protection and walked the plant with her shortly after the hurricane season and all these problems that we had. And one of the things she had asked about is, have you considered using a third-party operator? I said, we're looking at it. Travis Hearn is here, our attorney for Waterkeepers, and he has been having some dialogue with the environmental plaintiffs in that case. Waterkeepers and their principals, and they actually requested it and are pressing Travis about, we'd like to see a third-party operator for some reforms at the water plant. So that's kind of the reason about why we're looking at the operations and maintenance being outsourced. Woodward Curran is here. They're going to talk a little bit about their program, and I'm going to supplement it as well. Allison Watson, who's the Chief Executive Officer and is also a PE, I believe she is. Mr. Watson, Brian, and some of their staff, we've worked with closely. Myself and Mr. Williams went out to one of their references, and I'll go over the check of references that's required under the statutory review that council is required to do today. And we went out to Groveland and looked at that plant, talked with both employees at the city manager himself, as well as Woodward Curran personnel. We inspected the type of plant they have, particularly paid a great deal of attention to their automation platforms, and it looked very, very efficient. It looked very, very automated. It looked very, very accountable. The history of performance out there was fairly impressive too, from where they had been to where they are currently. And so that opened up our eyes to say, this does look like a viable and positive direction to go in. I've since then checked references by speaking with some folks that were provided as existing customers of Woodward Curran in the wastewater treatment components. Spoke with the mayor and of a city in southern Illinois, and one of the things he said is, that was the best thing that ever happened to us. They had a lot of problems, and not only did they bring automation and operational expertise and maintenance efficiencies, but they also have great ability to bring in funding. Their grant ability to obtain funding. And then I talked to LaBelle, Florida, and spoke with the mayor out there, and they bragged on how much money they were able to get by working with Woodward's Curran grant team, basically, and support, financial support acquisition team to assist them in obtaining funding. So, and as you know, I've spoken repeatedly again ad nauseum about what we do to try to get money from various sources. And so there's a lot of different pieces to this. But again, wrapping up, what we're outsourcing is strictly the operations and maintenance. We went down to the plant, and Woodward Curran, when they come up to give their presentation, can talk a little bit about this more. And we spoke with the employees. Out of the 16 authorized, we have 12 currently on staff, and it was important to us to speak with the employees to let them know that this was coming before council today and what they were looking at on a go-forward basis. And one of the employees had a good question. He said, are our jobs at risk? And I said, well, you'll have to ask these folks, but I think the answer is everybody is welcome to return. And the mantra that I heard from Woodward Curran, both previous to that meeting as well as at the meeting, was that labor is our largest asset. Our human capital is what we do best. They provide probably more intensive training. They provide time to do that training. They provide incentives to improve your professional development and also accommodate family situations and the shifts that are used and the like. The compensation is very, very close to what we are as far as the hourly for various types of credentials, and the retirement system is pretty attractive too. We care about our employees, and we wanted to make sure that they knew that they would be welcome, because it's not a situation where Woodward Curran or anyone else for that matter has a whole pool of folks that want to come and work at a wastewater treatment plant. It's a kind of a specialty area, and most people don't grow up in high school thinking, that's what that's what exactly I want to do. Some probably do. They have technical backgrounds, but they have to value their employees, and I think that's clearly the case. So we were really pleased about that. Ultimately, I think the results will be that we will be able to implement better operations and maintenance. That will lead basically to improvement and elimination, minimalization of some of the shortcomings that we've had from the regulatory perspective and environmental perspective regarding exceedances, discharges, and on the budget that we'll talk about a little bit. It's a cost-plus contract. What that means is if you look at our budget to operate the wastewater treatment facility, it's got about $1.7 million, I believe, in personnel cost for FTE, full-time employees. It's got about another $1 million in chemicals. It's got some other features that we have to pay for and the like. And really, the cost is probably very similar. Now, we've paid Jacobs $2 million, and we will receive virtually the same types of integrated, probably more integrated technical assistance as it relates to technology both of supervisory control, data acquisition, automated control, sensors, asset management, preventative maintenance, and all these components that are usually utilized in a modern industrial process center, no matter what you're doing. We don't have that. We should have, but we don't. And they bring that to the table. I'm pleased to present Allison Watson, who is, again, the CEO of the company, and her team from Woodward Curran, to talk a little bit about the company itself and what they might be able to do. I am going to ask Travis Hearn to come up to talk a little bit about the water keepers and how this could impact that particular ongoing litigation and obligation and commitments that we have. And then at the end of this, I'm going to go over what's required by Florida Statute 180.031, which has very specific categories to be considered by council, and ultimately close, allow you to ask questions, and then close and ask for your support.
Thank you.
Please. I think we have a presentation too, a PowerPoint.
We do, yeah.
Mr. Watson.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. My name's Ryan Watson. I represent our Southeastern Business Unit at Woodward and Curran. As Mr. Perry was mentioning, we're a full-service environmental firm. We have consulting services, operations and maintenance services, as well as a fiscal solutions team, which kind of give us the full wheelhouse or full circle of everything environmentally related. Along with me today, I have our CEO, Allison Watson, with us, our President of Operations and Maintenance, Brian Bazaka, and then our National Operations Leader, Mark Thomas, as well. We really appreciate the opportunity just to share a little bit about our firm and also about our vision for a partnership with the City of Bradenton. So just to touch a little bit on our approach before I turn it over to Allison, our approach really has three main pillars to it. We're environmental stewards at the end of the day. And so our goal as a firm and as a company is to leave the world a better place, each day moving forward. And so we take that into everything that we do with our approach, whether it's consulting, operations and maintenance, whatever the full gambit of it is, that's really our main focus as a company. The next category too is that we think that true partnerships lead to success. And so we don't look at it that we're a company that's hired within a community to come in and run your wastewater plant. We look at it that we're a true community partner through and through. You know, even though we may be working inside the fence, we want to have the ability to help out in any category that the city needs, that we have an expertise that can help out. You know, and then the last piece of that too is that we believe that a true tailored approach is needed for every client. There's not something that we can pull out of a box and say, this approach is going to work in the city because you have a certain size wastewater treatment facility. We believe that each facility is different, each facility is unique, and so for that reason, we attack it with a very hands-on approach that is unique to each client that we have. You know, the city of Bradenton, we think, has done a very fantastic job with the Face It and Fix It program. You know, and we believe that a partnership with our firm would give the ability to extenuate on that program and make the utility of the future, and a utility that's a staple for Southwest Florida moving forward. So now I'll turn it over to Allison Watson, our CEO.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having us this morning. We're really pleased to be here. Pleasure to see you all. Before I turn it over to the team to talk more about the specific approach for Bradenton, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the company. You can see some of our statistics here on the slide, but the really important thing to understand is that Woodard & Curran was actually established to be a different kind of company. And when the company was founded, the philosophy then, which I share and we still share today, is that our people are everything. And if we take care of our people will thrive. And if our people are thriving, everything else will take care of itself. So that's absolutely how we operate the company. That's what we believe. And we're 100% employee owned. And while that might not sound like a big deal, what it means is that we don't have outside shareholders who are driving us to, collect the bottom line at the expense of our clients. What drives us is our mission and our vision and our commitment to our people. And our vision is simple. It's clean water, safe environment, healthy communities, and happy people. You've heard a little bit about the company. We do provide integrated science, engineering, and operations services. And we believe that by providing those integrated services and partnering with communities, we can create those benefits of clean water and a safe environment. And those in turn lead to healthy communities and happy people. And so for us, it really is all about people. It starts and ends with people, from our people, our clients, and ultimately our communities. And the way that we try to do that, and the way we like to do that, is by partnering with our clients. And the way we see the opportunity to partner with Bradenton is really 5 key aspects: building a vested partnership based on trust and transparency, protecting your assets like we own them. Again, we're employee owned. We approach this as though your assets are our assets. Optimizing and modernizing operations while leveraging technology, surrounding the local team with operational and funding resources. You heard a little bit about that. It's an area that we're very proud of. We provided last year over $1 billion in grant funding and loan funding to our clients through state and federal sources. And then ultimately building that culture of pride within the utility. So I'm going to ask Mark Thomas to come up and tell you a little bit more about our approach. But I wanted to just thank you for allowing us to be here and considering and trusting us and giving us an opportunity to prove our commitment to people, our commitment to communities, and ultimately our commitment to you. Mark?
Thank you, Allison. Again, Mark Thomas. I am the National Operations Leader. I'm going to be touching on a lot of what Mr. Perry so eloquently established as far as what we want to bring as a company to the city of Bradenton. So we are excited about the opportunity. We think that this is something we're definitely well suited for. So again, optimizing operations. For us, it all starts with safety. Safety is our number one priority. It's a non-negotiable for all of us throughout the company. We want to ultimately have everybody go home in the way they came to work that morning. Successful transition of the plant ops team. Again, that transition is our corporate staff, our corporate systems, all of our plants throughout the country that we can bring into the city of Bradenton and make sure that that transition is seamless and we integrate in as part of the city of Bradenton's team, the public works system, the planning, everything that we can do as a team. We're going to conduct a thorough condition assessment. And again, much has been talked about a computerized maintenance management system, our asset management system. Those two are linked together in their core to making sure that as part of that condition assessment, day one we come in, establish the asset inventory. Having that, then we can use that to make sure we minimize risk, regulatory challenges, make the operation more reliable. Determine potential bottlenecks in the ops and the design. Again, that is where our partners on the consulting side of the house, we can bring in our consulting team, our operations from other locations, and the local team to make sure that we're looking at those bottlenecks. Where can we be more efficient, making sure that, again, minimizing risk, regulatory challenges, making the operation more efficient. Work with the city to define the budget, the priorities, and the desired approach. We have what we call a work plan. That work plan will sit down with the city to make sure what are your goals, what are your emphasis, your priorities, using our best practices, working with our engineering team. We're going to define those priorities. That'll become part of capital plans. It'll become part of our core philosophy day to day, sitting down with the city periodically to review where we're at with our progression on the priorities. We use monthly reports, annual reports, and a variety of other communication mechanisms to make sure that we don't only have those goals, but we're benchmarking ourselves and keeping you apprised of our progress. Challenge the established norms. Again, we do that as a team, individually with the operators, utilizing the external resources, but also the on-site team that's established here, again, working with the city. Those norms, we will challenge each other. We will challenge the operators, whether that's personally to grow and better themselves, or as an operations team. What can we do to show, again, that we're meeting the priorities and the goals of the city? And develop a long-range optimization plan. Again, getting out of the reactive mode where you're more proactively planning, using capital plans, using things for growth, for development, to make sure, again, long range, where are we focused? Successful employee transitions, and again, that starts with us establishing a transition team. A lot of that work's already underway in the hopes that today we are moving forward. This is a long-term process, and it starts now for us in trying to make sure that we hit the ground running so that not only for the employees, they're not worried about hitting where their jobs are or worried about those types of things. We've got that transition underway, ideally day one when we hit the ground running. Again, that transition team, those will be individual as well as group meetings. Will involve our consulting, will involve our technology team, HR, a lot of the different aspects, again, in that transition effort. Training and development, touched on that. Again, people are our number one asset. If we focus on them, we give them the support, we give them the training, the tools necessary to do their job, then by nature, we're going to succeed here. We'll have a happy client in the city of Bradenton. We'll all be moving forward together. And then the succession planning, again, whether that's growth of the individual employees, growth of the team, making sure that we're looking for succession planning to help them grow, to help make sure that as part of their succession, they're doing the necessary training. If we have retirements, if we have people leave, we've got to have an active and ongoing succession planning program for that. And as a company, again, we want to make sure that we continue to use this as an opportunity to show you what we can do, but hopefully grow, which provides some of the employees, if they want to go that route, the opportunity to grow their careers. So if they're going to move on, then what are we doing to plan for those types of changes? So building a culture of pride within the utility, again, it starts with the level setting of expectations with staff. Again, that's not us on our own establishing that. We've got to work closely with the city to make sure we understand your expectations, but communicating that to the local level and our broader team. We need to work closely with the city to establish that annual work plan and our key performance indicators as part of those goals. communicate those on a routine basis so that you know, again, how we're progressing. Connect with the operations staff with the established goals. Again, that comes in the form of routine coaching, day-to-day conversations, monthly. We do have, again, work plans that we sit down with the team to establish how individually they're doing on their goals or as a team with those work plans. And then establish the Bradenton project as a flagship in West Central Florida and the utility for the future. We really want to be here long term. And if we can make sure that this is a flagship for you, that it's a beacon that you're proud of, again, as a company, we want to make sure that that's that same thing that we're bringing and showing not only you as a city, but the surrounding area, what we can do in partnering. And so again, thank you for the opportunity. We are very excited, confident that we can do a great job for you. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to our president, Ryan Bostofka.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Brian Bostofka. I'm the president of our operations group for Woodard and Kern. Been with the firm a little over 17 years. I'm also a Bradenton resident, so this is a little extra special for me. I mean, we love it here. We've lived here for about 4 years. Certainly, you hate to be in the news for the wrong reasons, but we are super excited to see the city leadership making a commitment, excited to be able to partner with the city leadership. Had a lot of good discussions up to this point, but our whole team here, from our side, you heard Allison and Ryan and Mark talk about it. We try real hard to go beyond just a contractual relationship and establish a vested partnership within the community. I mean, if you look at some of these pictures on this slide, I'd like to point out the one on the upper left. It's a similar size community from the Midwest. It's the city of St. Charles, Missouri. They have 2 wastewater treatment plants, one on the Mississippi and one on the Missouri rivers. You can imagine they got their issues with flooding, and they've also had issues with non-compliance. That picture, I'm proud to say, is our employees and our folks at City of St. Charles receive an award from the state of Missouri for Plan of the Year in compliance, something we'd absolutely strive to do here in Bradenton. And you look at the picture on the upper right, it's around Allison's comments around living our vision about being committed to safe water, clean water, safe environment, healthy communities, and happy people. We love to get involved in initiatives, be it in clean the streams or waterfront or parks. You'll see us get involved beyond the wastewater treatment facility. And then the pictures down below, we love community involvement. We love to get that sense of pride that Mark talked about, something that we encourage schools to come visit. It's tough to find people that want to be interested in running water or wastewater treatment facilities. What a great way then to catch them early. But look at some of those other pictures. It's clear you're making a big investment in your utilities. We want to be able to protect that investment, but also take what the city leadership is trying to do and get it down to the operator level, being able to deliver on the investments you're all making. So with that, I guess, Rob, turning it over to you.
Thanks, Brian. So that obviously was a little bit of an overview on the company itself. They've done a really good job. They've met with Kim Clayback multiple times and talked about the plans we have for capital improvements and gone over them in details. Brian Norman and some of our engineering staff, as well as other folks over at Public Works with Irv, Colonel Lee, and those guys. And I think that they've basically made an investment to find out what Bradenton's wastewater troubles are and maybe come up with some early thoughts and confirmations. That you often hear me use the term proof of concept. And that means a lot to me, because if I'm asking you to make a substantial investment in the millions of dollars in a piece of infrastructure improvement, I want to make sure it works. And usually if I was dealing with, some sort of medical condition, a second opinion isn't a bad idea. And so that's what we get. Our engineering staff really looks at a lot of these things. They probably at this point I know they have a great deal more knowledge and in-depth history of some of this infrastructure and the contributing factors about process deficiencies and the like. But at the same time, these guys operate tens and hundreds of plants around the country, and so they have that broader experience. So you combine that with our specialized, unique individualized expertise and knowledge, and I think you're going to get a pretty good recipe for success on that, the capital investment. It's big to us. I want to ask Travis Hearn to come up, and Travis is, of course, our chief regulatory lawyer on the Waterkeepers lawsuit, and he can give a brief overview on the wastewater treatment plant as it relates to some of the things that we're required to do, and particularly some discussions he's had with the plaintiff's attorneys regarding third-party operators. Thank you, Travis.
Well, good morning, Council. It's great to be here. My name is Travis Hearn. I'm an attorney for the city. I've been representing the city since, I guess it would have been the end of 2021 when this lawsuit started, so I'm kind of over 3 years in now, and, Rob asked me to come out to speak on this matter, and it was almost kind of serendipitous that, right around the time Rob contacted me and said the city is investigating this, kind of using a private operator to run the plant. I want to say it was in that same week or the same 2-week period that the Waterkeeper attorneys had called me and said, is the city investigating, requesting that the city investigate doing this. So I'm here to convey that this is something that, Waterkeeper has expressed that they support. It has a lot of promise to make things better. And I just wanted to make sure council is aware of that, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Specific, and we're gonna have a public hearing, so I don't know if we want to get questions before the public hearing, if we want to hear anything, and then we can start discussion.
The public hearing, do you want to open it up to the public comments? Do we have to?
Yes, yeah, we have to open up the public hearing, and then we can get questions from the council after we hear if there's. All right, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? You can come forward and on this topic of wastewater. Yep. Please state your name and your city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Barbara Person Tersini. I live at 13 Columbia Street in Bradenton Castle Park. And the wastewater treatment, the discharging into the rivers and whatnot throughout the years that we've been here, it seems that the discharging is increased. And our water quality on the Braden and Manatee rivers where we live, we're doing weekly water testing with Southwest Coastal Group. And they go out and test 6 areas. And now we are the 7th area. So for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks now, the first week the water quality was excellent. The E. coli and all that goes down into the sediment levels of the river. So if the water is calm, you don't see an explosion in the E. coli. But for the last 3 weeks, our water testing has proven that the water is unsafe for human use, no swimming, and unsafe for fishing. So we will be continuing to do these weekly water tests throughout the entire year in Braden Castle Park so that our residents will know what the water quality is. And also, the city will know because we paddleboard when the water is good. We paddleboard, we swim, we fish, we boat, we kayak. But with the quality of the water as it is currently and all the discharging that's going on down on 9th Street, there's a pipe that goes out. It's either 50 feet or 50 yards underneath the water. And there's raw sewerage that goes out through that pipe on a regular basis. Kayakers, swimmers, well, we're not swimming now, but people have seen excrement floating, whole excrement. You talk about the horses out on Palmasola, that's what you see out there. But you don't see it close to shore because that pipe goes out so far and it's under the water. So anything we can do as a community to help the city of Bradenton, we want to. With the oyster beds, we have Bird Island. The birds are back this year having their babies and all of that, which is great. Fishing was up. We hadn't had fish in a long time, and now we do. So anything that we can do, the city does to stop the discharging, limit it, correct it. We're all on board and look forward to helping in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Any other public comment? We'll close the public comment. Mr. Perry, I'm going to ask you a question because I don't believe that we're releasing raw sewage through that pipe.
No, any of the discharges actually come in through the headworks,
Right.
Which is the point. If we have excess capacity, it is partially treated, and then basically it's released because it's overwhelming our plant.
Right.
But it is partially treated.
Partially treated, so it's not raw sewage. People kind of see things, and one of the things we have to remember is the Braden River, the Manatee River goes all the way up into Manatee County for miles and miles and miles. So a lot of that stormwater, which as we know through the storms we had last year, that billions and billions and billions of gallons of stormwater came down and can bring E. coli more than just wastewater in the portions that we do. We are very conscious, and you guys haven't been here to watch, but we've had David Tomasco come from Sarasota Estuary Board come and talk about the things that are going on. And so a lot of those, and then the storms in ways actually helped our environment by flushing the system. And so you're seeing a lot of things. One of the things that David Tomasco said to me, or Dave Tomasco, he said that you can get any results you want from a company. What we have to really look at is the Manatee River is not a swimming quality river. If you're judging it on swimming quality, then the numbers are going to be different than you do at a beach. You have to get the right numbers for river quality water. So, again, I'm not questioning those numbers, but you really got to look at the whole thing. Just like we heard you mentioned horses. Horses are maybe less than 5% of the issue in the Palmasola Bay. But nobody can judge it to horses. Is it dogs? Is it humans? Is it the boats that moor out there? Is it the fertilizer? Is it so, we have always been very open to making sure we protect our environment, but also get the true information out there while facing it and fixing something that's taken 40 years to get to, and it's important to us. So, and that's why we're bringing this up today. And this has been, Mr. Perry and Mr. Williams and others in the staff through the Public Works. I think it was important to bring this forward in the way that we are today, because again, this gives us another little spoke in the wheel that's going to help fix that wheel. And is it going to take tomorrow, the next day, the next day? No, it's going to take a long-term effect, while this is just that first spoke in the next part of it. And so, Council, any questions specifically? Ms. Coker?
Yeah, with regard to privatization, one of the things through this horrible storm season that we had, we saw how, without the dedicated staff that we had, can't imagine how we would have gotten through it. Will that still play over as a private company? Will you still be able to, when we go into the emergency, is that going to be seamless, or will there be any difference as far as having them available for the storm like we did?
Well, thanks for the question. It's a great question, Mayor and Councilwoman. I would imagine that Woodward Karn will probably staff our PSOC in hurricane preparedness, and we'll integrate them into our incident command system and our citywide emergency management plan. And they will probably pretty familiar with hazard events, hurricanes, floods, things of that nature, because they do impact water treatment plants significantly. Weather events in particular, opposed to plane crashes or things like that, that could also impact it. But we will definitely be integrating them in, and they'll have a seat at one of our stations on ESF, an emergency support function.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question to get out publicly, because at 1:30 in the morning, it shouldn't be Rob, Gene, and Lance making a decision on what's happening at that plant. It should be the engineers. It should be the professionals. And we had other engineers there with our staff, but when they're asking me a question, what should we do? I don't want to be the one answering that question, because that's not my bailiwick, which bringing in a company that will be able to do that and proven to do that with similar, as Rob said earlier, sick plants that we've had. They've done that in turnaround. And again, I said it's not going to be a tomorrow everything is rosy, but it's going to be something that's starting the path of the face it and fix it, continuing that portion. And that's why it was so important. And I wanted to bring this to the last meeting. Mr. Perry pushed me off to this meeting, but because again, we're getting the questions from the county residents you see they're asking the county. We're getting them from city residents. What have we done to prepare for this coming storm season? Well, we've done a lot, but this is just another one of those things. So, Mrs. Moore, did you have a question?
I do. I
okay.
have several.
You know, Mayor, if I could be permitted to go through the criteria that's required by the statute, I think it will answer some of them, and then you might even have additional questions after I provide that.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Because it is very strict as far as what is to be required under Chapter 180 of Florida statute, specifically Section .301, which deals with a privatization of a wastewater reuse facility by a municipality. So it basically states no municipality may purchase or sell a water, sewer, or wastewater reuse facility that provides service to the public for compensation or enter into a wastewater facility privatization contract, which is the section we're dealing with, for a wastewater facility until the governing body of the municipality has held a public hearing on the purchase, sale, or wastewater facility. So what I want to do is just do a check the box kind of thing from my trial lawyer days, which is Exhibit 1. This is the notice of a public hearing. It basically was put out to the public in a media of general circulation. I believe it was the Bradenton Herald Tribune, and it noticed the meeting. So we checked that box. And then box number 2 is to consider the most recent available income and expense statement for the utility. And this is our income and expense statement. We do fund accounting, as any local government does. And so basically, this is tantamount to our income statement here. What's interesting about it, I think you'll find it somewhat interesting, if it's blown up properly. Can I zoom this a little bit? That's better at it, but I'm still not too good. Oh, I was pushing the wrong button. Go figure. Okay, thanks. That's good. Let's do it a little bit more. So, we have a consolidated water and sewer fund, which includes both the sale of potable water distribution and the wastewater component. And that, it's a $32 million enterprise, according to this income statement. That shows what's called top-line revenue. Go to business school, the first thing they want to teach you as far as examining any kind of financial statements is look at a balance sheet, look at an income statement. So the top-line revenue is we bring in $32 million in revenue. Pretty successful operation. Then what do you take off that? Expenses. And so as you go down to the operating expenses, there's operating expenses of personal services, contractual services, supplies and materials, repairs, and so on. And that represents, and then the depreciation. And so that represents, out of the $32 million, about $27.5 million to operate this utility. And so, on top of that, we have income that's associated with investment income, additionally, which is non-operating revenue, the interest and investments on the money that we bring in and invest on the short-term basis and the like, and that generates some cash. Then we have total non-operating revenues, basically, of $2.3 million.
Mr. Perry, could you please pull that mic down?
I'm trying.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, and I'm right here, and I know that part of it is this sinus thing I got going on, but
I've never been accused of having a soft voice, but I will try to. Absolutely right. Yep. As we go through, so you have capital contributions and transfers to funds. That change in the net position is the important thing of the $9.53 million, because when bond rating agencies and regulators and other folks look at income statements, they want to see that you're doing better than before. That would be typical on any income statement that's analyzed for Wall Street performance on 4Qs, quarterlies and things like that. So we're doing really good on the income piece of it. I'd also point out that, when you look at it historically, if I was working for Henry Ford back in the day, I'd imagine I'd have to make significant investment in retooling my plants. And that's what we have to do, is continue to make significant investments in retooling our water plant. There's a reason why the water utility is on the monopoly board. It's because it's profitable and it's the only game in town. Think about it, and you have to invest in that. So the next document we're going to look at, which is Exhibit 3, as required by the statute, is the balance sheet. Again, it's a combined balance sheet for the entirety of the utility. This balance sheet actually includes it's from our AFR, our Annual Financial and Consolidated Report. And this basically shows total assets of $170 million. As we all know from business school, assets should equal liabilities and owner's equity. We don't have owner's equity here because we're not a for-profit corporation, but we do have liabilities. So we basically have total assets of 170 million. Both a series of current assets and non-current assets. I won't get into the accounting determinations of that. But ultimately, as you come down to the liability section, for current total long-term liabilities is basically a combination, and that, along with our net position, equals the 172 million. We are in good financial shape. You say, well, what do we have for 172 million? Every one of those lift stations we have has a value to it. Every piece of pipe has a value. It's been depreciated down, and the depreciation is accounted for in the balance sheet. But that's how much the city basically has in current valuated investment in its assets, which of course, again, have to equal its liabilities and net position. Are we ready for the quiz?
Oh. Are we allowed to cheat?
Open book.
Yeah, definitely open book. I always like those. Exhibit number 4 is the rate base. It's required a statement of the existing rate base for the utility and regulatory purposes. This is a resolution that was passed in 2023 for our last rate resolution, and the rate is going to be contained in the second page of Exhibit 4. The important thing is it has connection charges, which of course for new connections, but at the bottom, the base rate charges. And we don't anticipate significant change to the base rate until we go into the budget cycle, because we didn't have one, and we probably will explore a modest increase in the rate. Our cost of chemicals, our cost of everything has gone up, and it has to be adjusted. So the consideration there really looks at what the charge is based on your water meter size combined with the number of living units served, and then there's surcharges below based on volume. The first one at 3,000 gallons, you get it $2.27 per 1,000 gallons, and then over 3,000 gallons, it goes up. And so if you're using a lot of water, it's going to cost you more. You're paying more for the marginal excessive use. And I can put these back up after I have the opportunity to kind of go over about 10 things that are required. Moving on to the next exhibit, which is going to be Exhibit 5, the physical condition of the utility facility being purchased, sold, or subject to a wastewater facility privatization contract. And so the physical condition of the facility was documented basically in a technical memorandum, which is what this document is. Exhibit 5 from Jacobs Engineering. And it looks at the background of the facility, its location, the purpose, and the observations of the condition of the facility. In short, it also cites a number of different conditions, basically, that were identified after the hurricane. And these have been put in for capital repair. Some of them may be compensable, some of them aren't. It's what's going to be called category A, B, C, D, E work under the FEMA rules, which is utility infrastructure, and it'll be categorized as permanent work, non-expedited, meaning we won't find out about reimbursement for this probably for a couple of years. Just hate to give you the bad news on that, but that it takes some time on these types of repairs. So we went through it, and you'll see, the common stuff that you'd probably see happen from a storm. A lot of wind damage, basically, detached junction boxes, damaged conduit, aerators, pumps, had to run temporary bypasses, gates, fences, more gates, fences, trees. metal buildings constructed, kind of aluminum type. The wind tears that up really bad, obviously. Damage to the dewatering facility itself, more gates, more building damage. There's a chlorine tank cover that's depicted in figure 315. I'm sorry I have to take you through this, but it is required, and I don't want to be accused of not being complete in the assessment. Figure 317, missing aerator cover panel, screen cover plates, and so on and so forth. So we have basically sustained damage to what you would expect to be damage in a wind event, and it is required by statute to be considered by yourselves as the governing authority in making this decision. Now, I want to move on to Exhibit 6, which basically is C operations and maintenance agreement contained within the resolution. That was attached to your document, and it's multiple pages, and you may want to also ask Mr. Rudisell at the appropriate time about some legal sufficiencies and considerations of that. Ultimately, this is going to deal with the reasonableness of the purchase. Number 5 states the reasonableness of the purchase, sale, or wastewater facility privatization contract as relates to the price and terms, and we'll talk about that. The impact of the purchase, sale, or wastewater facility and privatization contract on utility customers, both positive and negative. It's number 7A, and the additional investment required and the ability and willingness to the purchaser or the private firm under a wastewater facility privatization contract to make that investment, whether the purchaser is the municipality or the entity purchasing the utility. What you'll see in the contract in regards to that is capital improvements beyond $5,000 basically have to be approved unless they're an emergency by the city administration, myself, or a designee. Major capital improvements. Now, there's a $250,000 budget for regular maintenance of smaller types of things that might go out at the plant. And that's what we actually put in our maintenance components as well, is a regular budget. But the capital improvements of additional oxidation ditches, reuse, reject ponds that are in the millions of dollars, that's our responsibility. The reason why it's our responsibility is because it's our asset. It's our plant. It's an operations and maintenance agreement. They're not going to do that unless you have some way for them to recapture and otherwise probably, cover a lot of costs. So we are responsible for major capital improvements. And it's typically going to be that way in any privatization contract for wastewater. I think that's important to point out. I also want to talk a little bit about that was 7B. It's important to consider that, give it the appropriate weight. The alternatives to purchase, sale, or wastewater. The alternatives are basically we continue to operate it and deal with what we have to deal with. And we can do that. We have tried a lot of things using consultants. And when I look at trying to do the automation components of this, we would spend a great deal of money in individually going to contractors to try to implement various types of systems for the automation, integration, and digitalization of sensors and ICU, integrated computer processors, ICPs, all that stuff. I don't have that kind of knowledge, and I don't think anybody really on our staff is real good on that stuff. Yeah, these folks do. That's their world. That's what they do. And it's going to be important that we get it right then when we make those investments again. So I think that's an important thing to consider under the alternatives. Under 9A, the ability of the purchaser or private firm to provide high quality, cost effective utility service. And that is an important thing. I think they have a great ability to do that. That is going to be kind of predicated, my opinion on that, based on the references from some of the folks I had talked to on this list, and I've talked to at least half the people personally on this list, and not necessarily the people, but the folks that are at these institutions, organizations now. Some of them aren't there anymore. When I called, I had to track them down, and I was like a dog on a bone. It's like, let me talk to the director, please. I know it's not Mr. Smith anymore or whatever. And no, they're not. I said, well, give me another number. And I had to make a lot of calls. I have a sheet with those markings on them, but it wouldn't make much sense to you. But we have checked on that, on those references. I've individually and personally done that. We're getting to the end here. Case of wastewater facility privatization contract. The municipality and governance shall give significant weight to the technical expertise and experience of the private firm in carrying out the obligations specified in the wastewater facility privatization contract. So I think that some of that was addressed in the presentation in some of my talking points as it relates to the technical capabilities. And then lastly, all monies paid by the private firm to municipality should be used for the purposes of offsetting property taxes, wastewater service rates, or making infrastructure improvements. I think there is opportunity for cost savings on what we have, maybe on chemical costs. The good news is, and none of these folks talked about it, is they want to run it as efficiently as possible and reduce costs because they don't get paid more money on additional costs. What we can do is if we're able to lower the chemical costs from $1 million a year to $500,000, and we talked about that as being a very viable option with some different alternative technologies and uses of different alternative chemicals, well, then there's another $500,000 we can put into infrastructure. And that's what this requirement says, quite frankly. So with that, it kind of wraps up the statute. I'll put the statute on there. Ignore most of my little notes. They're really not that informative. And I can move to the last section, which is the municipality. I think I might have to go up a little bit. Am I not going in the right direction? Yeah, there it is. The municipality shall prepare a statement showing that the purchase, sale, or wastewater facility privatization contract is in the public's interest, including a summary of the purchaser or private firm's experience in water, wastewater, sewer, reuse, utility operation, and showing a financial ability to provide the service, whether the purchaser is the municipality or the entity itself. Lastly, I do have a copy of their balance sheet. It's my opinion that they have the financial capacity on their balance sheet to provide the services that they have contracted to provide. I can give you a copy of that. It's somewhat proprietary. They're a privately held company, but they are well capitalized. Now I still stand for any questions.
Miss Moore.
Thank you. Regarding our budget currently, and let me just preface this with nothing that, I'm not adverse to anything that you said. I just want to make sure I really understand the money, basically. You mentioned that our budget was like $4.5 million. I love the balance sheet, by the way, just to maybe as a suggestion for budget season, we can read that. I thought I saw in there, is that $4.5 million that you were referencing, does that include capital improvement projects to the facility?
No, that would be in a capital budget. What it does include is capital repairs of $250,000 for the general, like if a pump goes out, a small pump. Pumps can get expensive, and different things of that nature. It has an allocation of $250,000 for that. And that's generally the way we budget. Those major things that we talked about, we have to identify funding sources for it. Some of it is through various types of grants that we get, other types of supplemental programming, reserves, utility reserves in particular, rate increases. So, again, we have to pay for retooling of the plant. Mm-hmm. And so retooling, when you go and you retool an auto plant, a wastewater treatment plant, the Tropicana plant that the mayor and I saw and put $67 million into last time we were there, I believe is what the number was. It's expensive, but it's designed to retool for the next 10 years, 15, 20 years.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we.
No, completely. It's a great question. Great question,
budget.
Councilwoman.
Do you want me to keep going or do you? Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. I did not see, well, actually, I'll just stick on, well, it's kind of all together. I didn't see in the scope of work the grant procurement, and I also didn't see a fiscal solutions team. At least I might have missed it, but I just wanted to make sure that that was included in,
Sure.
is that an extra bonus, or is that something that is actually part of the scope of work and deliverables?
This contract was for operations and maintenance. Perhaps maybe someone would like to address that as far as how you guys handle that. I know that.
Yeah, so this contract is specific to operations and maintenance, and so while you don't see any call out specifically around our fiscal solutions, it is a service that we offer to all of our clients. And so, our goal is to help the utility improve and to help you meet your CIP needs. And so our fiscal team is almost an added entity that, we traditionally don't even charge for on the front end to go after and pursue funds for various projects that you have.
So just a quick question on that, Ms. Moore, if it's all right, to say that we obviously have lobbyists that we've hired, at local or statewide and federal wide. Do you work with those lobbyists in ways at opportunities to see, hey, we know this grant's out there, we know this is out there for certain things, and have the lobbyist in collaboration to do that?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we work hand in hand with city staff, lobbyists. We also have a lobbyist firm that we also engage with as well. So we work hand in hand with every entity that you have. Some cities have grant writers internally with the city. We'll work with them hand in hand. So it's not something where we just kind of run with it. We figure out what the needs are, what the priorities are, and then we take that CIP based off those priorities to then go find out where we can potentially find funding.
And obviously, if the plant is running more efficiently for you, you look better, and those, CIPs and different things were important to make sure it's better. And that was one of the things I was impressed with, Ms. Moore. When they come in, they'll actually check every piece of equipment that we have, go by the code on it or whatever the serial number, and find out, oh, that thing's 72 years old or it's 7 weeks old. And then also find out if we've had issues with that, and if there is a parts to fix it, or is it better to maybe say, hey, that thing's 72 years old, we need to replace it now because there is no way to update it. So those are all the things, you don't hear in this dog and pony show per se, but when you do the background, that was what I was impressed with, we're not just waiting for something to break, we're forward thinking and the proactive way, and no disrespect to our past, present, or future. It's time for us to let professionals do that job in that job. We've got great engineers doing things and they can look at things, but this is what they do. And that's the important part. So continue.
In the, I don't see, regarding the cost plus aspect of the payment, I can't find the plus.
It's in the budget recommendation. It's about $4.8 million contract, and I think our cost currently is about 4.5. That's a great question because it allows us the opportunity.
Oh, Mike.
Sorry.
The mic.
Oh. Sorry. It allows us the opportunity to kind of explain that a little bit, and it's worthy of explanation. So these guys, when the plus is 8%, so it's but the good news is that they're trying to keep the budget down, both in the use of personnel, in the use of equipment, in the use of chemicals and other things. We get a report, I don't know if it's monthly or quarterly, of what our cost is, actually based on Woodward Current, saying this is how much we have in cost, and so we can track that. We will track it closer with their reports than we track it now, in my opinion.
Okay.
Right now, one of the things you approved today was a budget system, the software package, that CarmPack, and that allows you to basically evaluate where you are at a point in time on your budget. Right now, we can't even do that unless we manually do it at a point in time. So if you ask me, Rob, how much have we spent in the police budget at the end of this month? I'd go, I got to get some people to work on that. This, you push a couple keystrokes and figure out some stuff and you get a report. These folks provide that basically monthly so we can constantly monitor it. So it's about on that plus side, on that contract, I think it's about, and Brian, you probably know, 300, 400,000. It's in the management fee. In the management fee. Yeah.
And the fixed fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the, related to that, when we say that it's regarding the condition assessment and then also ultimately the scope of work, is it just the actual facility or does that include the lift stations and the collection system? No.
Right.
Right.
I think that'll probably be some additional work, but I would imagine that since one affects the other so significantly, they're going to probably come up with some ideas early on to say, we talked to your guys, we figured, we've studied a little bit more, and this is what we think you should be looking at, and we can provide you maybe some supplemental services with the automation. And I'd be willing to do that. What I talked about when I talked with the city manager out in Groveland, he said that, they started with the operations and maintenance, but they had the same problems. And he said that those services, they were kind of just blowing money on them. Kind of like a little bit about what we have to guard against, hiring consultants. I think when you have integrated both collection and wastewater treatment engineers, they understand how one impacts the other, and it's probably going to save us money on that part of it as well. And I'd imagine they're probably going to do a little bit of that front end work gratis, is what I would expect.
And then this is the last one.
Yep.
Thank you. After the condition assessment, is it possible that this initial budget could change?
I think from the operations perspective, it shouldn't change too much because it contemplates the same complement of employees we have minus one. As I remember the FTE, so we'll probably end up having to make more of an investment in the capital side of things, but we have to do that anyway. We've already looked at doing what's called Hawkwind's technology. They're familiar with it. They're kind of the leader in wastewater treatment plant digitalization of certain sensors and stuff like that. That's one of the big things we're looking at. And again, we have to make an investment in retooling the plant. The operations and maintenance budget, other than inflationary escalators, shouldn't increase substantially, in my opinion, unless we change process or do something along those lines. And if you guys like to chime in on your thoughts on that, you know more about it than I do.
Yeah, I want to chime in on that,
Sure.
if it's all
Yes,
right,
sir.
for one moment. And I think every one of us up here can think of a moment when we had to deal with an individual that, is great in our city as an engineer, but one day we're talking about a street pipe. The next day we're talking about something that we, assist a collection system that's in a neighborhood. The next day we're talking about something else. And that engineer is very good at her job, but she is from boundary to boundary in the city. And this group here is that. And if we don't fix the wastewater plant, none of the other stuff matters ultimately. And, we saw how, we've got that situation with the storms and, knock on wood, history doesn't repeat itself this year, but we can't be not ready for it or not prepared for it. Just because something's 80 years old doesn't mean you shouldn't fix it. And we heard that the other day that, let's take the chance at a lift station that's on the water that is 80 years old and maybe it's not 80, but that's what she said. But it was 2 feet wide with concrete. Now it's 4 inches. Well, let's wait 2 or 3 years while we're fixing everything else and not do a Band-Aid on that. And if it flows into the river, you lose the value of your whole area. This is the value of our whole area. And, as we've heard, there's some things we control, some things we don't. This we control, and we've seen a great opportunity to fix it. And, again, it's going to take some time. There's going to be some bumps. There's going to be some, but I would expect from what they know so far, they know kind of what they're getting into. And, listening and hearing the other stories about the other cities, that some were worse than us, some were a little better than us, but 18 months later, they're in a good place. And if we don't start, you never get there. And that's important. And that's why I think that we've got a great staff, but I can look at every single one of you, and you know that person that we're talking about is doing the best she can, but she's got 20 different projects that she doesn't need to be dealing with this. We need the professionals to deal with it. And our staff that there is doing the best that they can. And I don't think we made a mistake by hiring Jacobs at the moment, because we had to do something at the moment. But this is the next best thing. And, I appreciate you, Mr. Perry, finding the way and going through to make it that, and then hitting the buttons. And, we look back and we regroup in 6 months and say, yeah, this is better. And we heard it today from one of the residents that lives on the water. There's a lot of misinformation out there, but it's about how we get the right information out and fix it. And so, any other questions? I know Ms. Coker said
one last question that kind of relates to that, which is there's a termination from convenience clause in there of 180 days.
Right.
And I think Brian put it best, is if it's not working for you, it's probably not working for us either. The best private-public partnerships that I've done are ones that work for both, and that's where we want to be with this. And I've had a little experience with that.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to
No,
doing
I
it.
didn't
I just want to
mean
make
to
sure
insinuate
I
you are.
understand
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other
I'll
questions?
stall. So I know
Vice Mayor.
Coker has a question, so I'll just stall. How many employees is this going to directly affect?
So that's a great question, too. We're authorized for 16 FTE. I believe there's 12 or 11. 11 that are over there. But the interesting thing about that 11 is that probably 7 of them have less than 6 months experience with the city.
Is that interesting or really interesting that we only have 6 months?
I
Over
guess you can look at it either
60%
way.
of our staff is less than 6 months.
Right. See, it's good from the perspective about employee displacement, because you don't have 12 or 16 employees that have been with the city for a long period of time. But it's bad from the perspective of you don't have much city institutional knowledge over there, really. That's the way I would look at it.
We're bringing in a huge institutional knowledge of facilities, maybe not ours at the moment, but of facilities in the same situation we're in to make it that much better.
Just as an aside to that, when we went over on Monday, I did ask a couple of people, and I think the longest serving tenure there is about 10 or 11 years.
And to be fair, we had some great people that retired over the last year, not because they wanted to retire, they just hit an age that they were ready to go. 30 years, 31 years, standing 1:30 in the morning, and he said, next week's my last week. And it was 31 years, I think. Was that? I don't remember.
But, it's interesting, if you look at the water plants have got much more seniority.
It was 1:30 in the morning.
Over at Evers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So one retains employees, one doesn't. And some of it might have to do with aging of employees, too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah.
So that's the great question. I think great opportunity where we're at.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Perry, you're looking for a motion to
I am looking for a motion.
approve Resolution 2537 as presented.
I am looking for that motion. I believe the language that's necessary for compliance with Florida Statute 180.301 is included in this. I just want to check with Mr. Rudisell.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Mrs. Coachman?
Okay, I was looking at the suggested motion. So what was, I move to approve and adopt Resolution 2537 and authorize the mayor to execute the resolution. And am I reading the right one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The resolution and the operations and maintenance agreement with Woodard and Curran Incorporated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Coachman, seconded by Ms. Coker. We've had a lot of discussion and great discussion. We'll start the vote in Ward 2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Carries 5-0, and we look forward to great results.
Thank you
Thank you.
for the indulgence and time, and we look forward to working with you and working with
Woodard Curran. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're still to you, Mr. Perry.
Yes, indeed. I believe that.
City Administration Emergency Procurement Report.
Yes, sir. I just have a couple of brief matters. The emergency procurement report, Mayor, as you know, I bring it up pretty much ever since the storm. I'm required to keep you in the loop and advise you of any authorized emergency purchases that were conducted at the next available city council meeting. That's what I'm here to do today. I'm going to put on here. Perhaps it can be read. Perhaps it's the bottom item. It's a window replacement out. I believe that one's at the golf course. Isn't that the one we talked about?
Light it up a little bit, yeah.
Big old picture window behind the snack bar. If you've been out to the golf course, up a little bit. Yeah, that was replaced about $70,000.
You did that. We couldn't see that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, slide it up
Yeah, so
to the
it's
bottom. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Yeah.
So 6675 window replacement.
Yes, sir.
Storm damage, 1801 27th Street West.
There's other damage out there with the footing too. We don't know if it's related to the storm. We're investigating it further, and also the cart barn. We're looking at. So you about that.
All right.
Got a couple other things that are engineering kind of driven, and one is going to be the sewer repair that C Squared did down 24th Street East. That was submitted on 3. That's going to be 325 yesterday. There's another item on 325, which is a storm pipe repair, fairly significant, on 54th Street out in Village Green. Councilwoman Coker is probably familiar with that, and that was $228,000. That was a fairly significant repair that had to be done there. And another sewer repair that was done by Woodruff and Sons for a 12-inch gravity sewer repair. So those are the updated ones that I needed to bring to your attention.
Yeah.
As it relates to emergency repairs. Looking here.
So done with emergency?
Yes, sir.
All right, then the private commercial refuse collection service at Minnie Rogers site?
So this was brought to your attention. Mr. Barnaby covered for Mr. Rudisell when he was out, and I spoke with him. As I understood, and I wasn't in attendance at the prior CRA meeting, as we all are familiar with some of the delays associated with the Minnie Rogers CRA redevelopment site, and particularly the proposal to put a McDonald's in there. It was relayed to Mr. Dr. Burton regarding that it was held up over at city engineering through the SIP, the site improvement plan process, for inadequate traffic design and configuration of the sanitation, meaning the dumpster, for McDonald's. We have to be able to get our big trucks in, get our big trucks out, operate the hydraulics of them, and do it fairly efficiently without backing into high levels of traffic on arterials and other roadways, or running into the traffic line at the Mickey D's where you're picking up your burger at lunch or whatever it might be. They're busy parking lots, there's no doubt, most of the time. And so at any rate, we told Mr. Diadio about this and put comments down on the SIP that was sent back to him and requested that he fix that. And he said, don't worry about it. We're just going to get a private collector. McDonald's is going to get a private collection company to come in there and they'll collect it. Well, there's only 2 people that have been authorized to do private commercial collection in the city. One is Manatee Memorial and the other one is an industrial company. I forget who it is. And that's over like a 10-year period, I think, since the ordinance was passed. And so I talked to Mark Barnaby, and he said, well, if it's going to be dangerous for you, if you and your folks, isn't it going to be dangerous for them? And I go, yeah, it seemed that way. But we do pick up things in tighter areas with our Tomcats, our smaller collection pickup vehicles, but they don't have front loader capacity with the hydraulic capacity to lift up a big, what is it? I think it's a 10-yard dumpster. It's the bigger one. Mm-hmm. They pick up the small ones. And so if we have to go out there, it's like we're going to charge more because we're going to need a guy who's spotting, holding traffic, special equipment has to go out there, and that kind of thing. So I'd like an agreement with the developer to acknowledge that just before I took it to you as a city matter, and would recommend any sort of approval of the private collection contract. Diadio went one step backwards and said, not only am I not doing that, but I can't get you any agreement because we can't get an agreement from McDonald's until McDonald's is in there. So I don't know if you're in the business of doing things on a hope and a prayer that Diadio comes through, because since I've been here for 4 years, he hasn't. You want any comments about Mr. Diaddio's record performance or abilities?
So what are you asking us for today?
I'm just bringing it to your attention. That's all I'm doing, because you all received the memo from Mark Barnaby, and I wanted to give you the background and the context about that. And I know we've been trying to get Minnie Rogers, and it's near and dear to a couple of counselors' heart, every counselor, in particular one that's from the ward. I think that's going to have to worked out with Peter.
All right, any council comments? Ms. Barnaby?
Yeah.
Pardon me. So let me get this straight. And by the way, believe it or not, I've been so sick, I haven't even talked to my husband about this. But we have a site plan that our professionals are saying it's going to be dangerous for us to bring in the appropriate equipment to deal with the amount of trash and garbage that this business is going to generate. And the developer's saying, oh, I'll find somebody else to do it. I don't think that relieves us of the responsibility that we have, number one. And number two, are you saying that our operators aren't as professional as another group? Because I take offense at that too.
Sure. I would never say that. I've worked with them just like you have.
I mean, I have watched our operators between the claw truck picking up storm debris, and it's almost done at surgical precision. And the complaints that I got in my ward about damage being done to somebody's property was done by the FEMA people. It was not done by our operators. And personally, I've been extremely disappointed in Mr. Diaddio's lack of forthcomingness, his ability to let his alligator mouth float his canary butt up, and no. If we can't get that site to where our operators, who are professional operators, can come in there and safely do the job that we need them to do, I'm not willing to try to foist that off on somebody else and say, well, I hope they're going to be able to do it. If it's a bad design, it's a bad design. And now I've talked enough that I've almost got my regular voice back, which is kind of nice.
Ms. Moore?
I also think it's notable, I agree with your sentiments. And just for what it's worth, we're not in a CRA meeting, but this project baffles me. It feels like I'm shoving a square peg into or whatever the saying is, whichever order. But it feels like we're really trying to make something happen that just doesn't seem to want to happen. But putting that aside, I'll just add to Councilwoman Barnaby's comments to note that this is an enterprise fund. So us even considering having a private operator means that we're also agreeing to the loss of that source of revenue. Which I don't know why we would do that, but.
Just don't kill a messenger.
Thank you. I think that's all. Would you have, Ms. Coachman?
I think I was blocking her, and it's in the new setup. There's so much space before.
Ms. Coachman?
Councilwoman Barnaby pretty much, she always does. She knows when I can't speak because I'm fuming. So you did very eloquently. But I will say, though, yes, this has been a nightmare. We've got extension after extension after extension after extension. This has been 4 years in the making just to get something on that project, on that property. It may be difficult, but it's going to be done. Okay. This is not, I'm not going to accept that this is a circle we're trying to put into a square peg. I'm not accepting that. We need to figure it out. No matter what goes on in my ward, what I hear the most, oh, I thought you said you were going to have a McDonald's. Paved streets, new paved streets, and all of that can occur. affordable housing can occur. But that is what they're stuck on, just like they were stuck initially on the grocery store. And for 20 years almost, I mean, I don't know how many years it was, 12? Yeah. They were stuck on the grocery store. Never happened. Here we have something that is viable, I'm sure. Well, I'm hoping to be sure. And whatever it is, we need to figure it out. We need to fix it. And Mr. Diadio, Mr. Rudisill, where are we with the legality of what's going on and how this is being delayed?
Right. I mean, if the council is not interested in pursuing this, what Mr. Diadio has proposed here, I'm going to have to go back and look at the lease to see where that leaves us, because, we had timeframes in place, but they were also related to his timing to get through the CIP, and there were some delays on the city side and him doing that. So I need to go back and look at that and figure out where that leaves us right now, based on where I think this is headed today.
Man.
Is there a possibility that we can be the go-between between McDonald's and, I mean, because I'm just feeling like we're not getting the truth.
I think maybe Mr. Burton can address that.
Yeah, that's why I just signaled him to come up here.
Mayor, I don't have anything else. I just wanted to.
And he wants to get out of the line of fire.
Yeah. I didn't either. Thank you, Jeff. You're a big guy. Chairman.
He's your pulling guard right now.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, he's your pulling guard right now. So,
Dr. Jeff Burton, CRA Director.
adjust the microphone, please. Thank you.
It's as high as it goes.
I know.
So here's what I would recommend you do. You're making a decision as a city council based on a request from a developer on a site. You made your decision. As far as the lease is concerned, that's a CRA business, and you should address that as a CRA board. So that'll give Scott some time to go back and look at the lease and be prepared for the April the 11th meeting. And that's my recommendation. City Council.
CRA, yeah.
Definitely
All right.
agree with that.
All right.
So,
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Barnaby.
do we have to formally let Mr. Diadio know that we ain't playing this game?
So I don't think there is a formal process or request. I think if there is no intention on the part of the city council to go down this road, then Mr. Diadio will just be informed that he needs to comply with the code, and he'll have to redesign his project to accommodate the city's solid waste collection.
Okay. I mean, I am not interested in looking at a private operator in that situation. We did it with Manatee Memorial because they're dealing with biohazard waste.
Yeah, I can't understand what would be different. I mean,
Is he saying that McDonald's?
I don't know, but remember, he owns the entirety of the parcel. So what I think he'd have to do is go back to his engineers, make the correction, probably do a parcel adjustment where he gives himself a little bit more land from the surplus that's there, because the McDonald's only takes the property that's on 301 and then down, 17th or 13th Avenue there. I'm sure he can dedicate more space for reconfiguration, but typically he has to incur engineering costs to redesign things a little bit. That's probably what's going on at a certain level. I don't know. I don't want to really speculate, but he does have other space that can be used.
that's what I thought. I was like, why is this?
Vice Mayor Kramer.
Is there anything that we could suggest along with this of potentially smaller than a 10-yard that our smaller trucks will be able to accommodate? How big a container can our smaller trucks accommodate?
I don't think
And then they put two of them there as opposed to one.
You've got to take twice the space. I
Right.
mean, you start ending up. I get what you're saying. There might be. I can have our sanitation folks go out and
Just
look at
just
it.
out of curiosity.
But I kind of think they already have.
Yeah, they've looked at, from what I've heard and seen, they've looked at all of it, and you can't put 25 green cans.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm
But
saying
that's what it would
Do we
take.
have it would? It's only the small like curbside cans. Is it our smaller trucks pick up? That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, they've analyzed it. From
I
what I
withdraw
understand,
my question.
Yeah, from what I understand, they've analyzed it in all ways, and yeah.
Well, I was, to that question, I randomly have seen a picture of it, and the issue is that that garbage can is up against the building, the drive-through wraps around it, so they literally, our guys would literally have to pause traffic in the drive-through to even get through to pick up anything, 1, 2, whatever we put there. Yeah, he has to move it away from the drive-through.
So I think you got the point, and then you guys can talk at CRA about the lease, and Mr. Rudisell will know more then. So, all right, going to unfinished business, Mr. Perry.
I believe that.
Well, but bring up, you want to give a little presentation quickly? Yeah.
Under unfinished business, if you remember, there was a matter that was, I believe it was tabled procedurally from a council meeting, either a previous council meeting, it might have been from 2 meetings ago, that dealt with the compensation and agreement for Economic Development Corporation, the EDC. And Ms. Hillstrom had brought that forward. There were some questions by, I think it was Councilor Moore. There may have been additional councilors that had questions. I think that Ms. Hillstrom and her group and staff had gone to each councilor and talked to him about the proposal and what it included in matter of scope and terms and things like that. And so Sharon, I saw, just came in recently, an hour ago probably by now, and it's before council for consideration of taking it off the table, getting it approved, and I hope it was explained as it relates to a little bit more robust economic development program on behalf of the city, contained with specific deliverables required within the contract, as well as objectives and measurements and the like.
All right, thank you. Questions, concerns?
Do we have a contract?
Yeah, it's the same one that was.
Did we revise the contract? Is that what's happening right now?
I don't know if it was revised. Would you like to address it?
It's the same contract.
Same contract.
Renewing it, yeah, because it's the second year of a, right, to renew the original contract from a year ago with the explanation when meeting with all the council members or talking with them.
That was my understanding.
Yes. I think we've had the opportunity to speak with each of you. We spoke about the deliverables already for the city and going forward, the scope of services that the EDC will be providing. If you had your own economic development department within the city, they would be providing those services. You are outsourcing those to us.
I guess I'm still, because I think we tabled it so that we could look at making those revisions to the contract.
What revisions? I don't remember. I remember we tabled it because Ms. Hillstrom was not here, and we felt like we needed to get more information from her. I don't remember revisions being discussed, but that's, I could be
at that time,
mistaken.
No, that's okay. My suggestions at that time were that we revise the contract to actually outline the deliverables. We had a very productive meeting, and I'm excited about that. But the contract itself, I think, is silent to those deliverables. And also, I had suggested that we tool around with the compensation provision so that we understood possibly some limits or ranges.
I believe it dealt with administrative cost.
Correct.
In there. I
Yes.
thought you had all handled that. Forgive me.
So, Mrs. Melton, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion that you can read, and then let's see after she reads it what it sounds like?
Yes, it was motion to table consent agenda item U until the January 22nd, 2025 City Council meeting. It was made by Councilwoman Gonzalez Moore and seconded by Councilwoman Barnaby. And there were several issues listed in the minutes that Councilwoman Gonzalez Moore requested be changed in the contract.
I kind of remember wanting to have the deliverables spelled out in the contract.
I agree. I thought we had a great meeting and I'm very excited about it, but I do like having that, spelled out in the contract. Wasn't aware there was anything over the compensation. But
there was no limit. So, and I don't think that it's, I'm not super concerned, but I just, from a contractual basis, I would like to see us know what we're really doing, spending money on and whatnot.
Was there
I believe that Sharon's pointed out that she has sent me a revised recommendation of what could be included in the contract. I have not done anything with it.
Okay.
Yeah. I was basically under the impression that it would be handled in
That's
these
what- yeah.
meetings and otherwise.
Well, that's why we had what we suggested at that point was to go talk with them and get the information. And so people understood it, because it's a renewal of we're 1-year contracts, but it's the second year of a 3-year deal we talked about the first year. And so this is really the second year.
The recommendations are clearly laid out. It tells you exactly what you'll be getting for the contract. Really clear to understand. So they just would need to be incorporated into the new contract.
Okay, great.
So do we want to do that?
are we holding you
April
up?
9th meeting,
Want to
perhaps.
say anything else?
And I would imagine, I'm sorry, if we could maybe refer it over to Mr. Rudisell to take a look at the revisions and work
Put it
with
out and get it out,
Sharon. If I have any problems with it, I'll talk with Mr. Rudisell, and we'll run it by the council.
Yeah.
And obviously, it'll be included in the package. I think that's about as best we're going to be able to do for you.
So no approval today, is that what you're saying?
That's what I think you're looking at.
Well, with this coming up under unfinished business, without having everything in front of me, it makes me a little uncomfortable doing the people's business this way.
Understandably.
I mean, this is government, and private companies can make these decisions all the time, but we're dealing with OPM, other people's money.
All right, so we'll get it for the next agenda with the updated stuff to put on there and go from there.
I believe the next meeting is April 9th. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thanks.
All right, anything else, Mr. Perry? All right, council reports. We will start in Ward 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, first, just a quick expression of gratitude to the Pirates for such a successful spring training. The games seemed like they were very well attended, and I hope everyone here in Bradenton had as much fun and enjoyed it, and wish them all the best for the upcoming season and bring home the pennant for us. Also, I have some good news for you guys, and you're getting it hot off the presses. Today, Swift Mud is releasing new numbers on the seagrass coverage, and it's increased by nearly 2,000 acres compared to maps from 2022. And we are no longer impaired for nutrients, according to the Florida DEP, and based on the $300 million invested by our local stakeholders, with the regional stormwater retrofits and the wastewater, the increase in the seagrass is sufficient to support 80 million fish based on research that shows approximately, oh shucks, now I'm losing my thing. Sorry, I lost okay. Nearly 80 million fish based on research that shows approximately 40,000 fish are found in the average acre of seagrass meadows. No starving manatees here on our waters. So that's all good news. And in addition, I had recently sent you the most recent report that showed the Palmasola Bay area as excellent.
Both sides.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to update you on that. Then with regard to Point West Boulevard, we have had some issues with, there is a way to do a cut through from 75th Street to 59th. And while traffic is backing up on Cortez and Manatee, we're seeing excessive. And for some reason, we've been having excessive speeds. BPD has been out, I think we've been having issues too with on-street parking. I personally almost got hit head on. So some of the neighbors have requested that we put a stop sign in there to basically kind of remind people that this is a neighborhood, and that you got to stop, because when they initially come off 59th, it's like they're in a more of an office park, and then they don't realize they're going into a residential. I had asked BPD to initiate a study, do a traffic study to see if it was appropriate. Then, in the last week, and they can talk to it, we had 2 accidents, including one that required hospitalization. So, a trip to the hospital. I don't know if they were, anyhow. Public safety being what it was, I felt like I should bring it to you to see if we could circumvent that and go ahead and install a stop sign if, BPD feels like I don't see a downside to it.
What? Where?
67th Street and Point West Boulevard. And I'm open for discussion.
67th Street West and Point Boulevard.
Point West Boulevard.
Boulevard, right.
And Mayor, if you'd like, Lieutenant DeHaze is here, and he's over the traffic unit who went out there and kind of studied the area.
Yes. Well, and that's one of the things that we've talked about a few times with other areas. The traffic studies don't maybe show the numbers, but the traffic and the accidents and the safety should be considered. So I think sometimes just because a certain click doesn't go in a number doesn't mean that it's not a reason not to have a stop sign.
Correct.
So, Lieutenant.
Hal, good afternoon. Lieutenant Chris DeHaze with BPD. We did do a traffic study. That road, Point West, goes from 59th to 72nd Street Circle West. There is a stop sign at 72nd Street Circle, and then I believe 72nd, and then from 72nd to 59th, there's no stop signs. So it's a large thoroughfare. We are having a lot of traffic that are coming from 75th to cut through to get to 59th because of Manatee backup. We have had multiple complaints. Our traffic unit's been out there doing speed enforcement. I did drive through it yesterday personally just to take a look at the area, and I do agree with Ms. Coachman or Coker that 67th and Point West would be a good location for that stop sign if approved.
So, as we know, is that a motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion to put in a stop sign at.
Does that make that a four-way or a three-way stop?
It would be a three-way.
Three-way stop.
There's already one stop sign that coming out of that neighborhood.
Yeah.
There's no stop signs going east and west on Point West.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it would become a three-way, and we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
1. Approved 5-0 for a three-way stop.
Algorithm got us.
Yep. Thank you. All right, Ms. Coker, anything else?
Hold on, I think I did have one last thing.
Mr. Perry go.
He was talking to Sharon.
I thought he came back in,
He did. I know he's gonna
and
be.
he went back out.
Just a little thing. As we approach the upcoming storm season, I would like to ask our tree board to develop some kind of an informative instructions to help citizens to know how to prepare their trees for the storm. There is a way that they can be trimmed to have the wind blow through it rather than take off. I just think it'd be something helpful to have, and a little more proactive, and possibly help minimize the loss of some of our trees and minimize some of the damage after the storm. Didn't know if our tree board could come up with that or someone like that.
Ms. Singer and Mr. DeLong will research to them to move forward. Yes.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, Ms. Barnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were some comments made during, let me keep drinking so I don't.
What?
And I apologize. What?
I said, let me keep drinking.
Well, when my throat dries out, that's when I start coughing more. I do have my doctor's permission to be here. I want to make that clear. And as much medication as I've been on, I don't I don't think I have a good or bad bug in my body right now. But there was comments made during the citizen comment that were directed at me, and I have pulled up the email that I sent, and I'd like to share that at this time. Because apparently Dr. Lacko had, in a previous email to me, had said that when he paddleboarded out there, he felt that it was causing us skin rashes. And so in this email, I said, as far as skin rashes go, if I had that issue, I wouldn't go anywhere near that body of water. I'm a native of Bradenton. Because dogs and horses have been historically allowed at the causeway, I don't go into the water there. We have miles of other beaches where animals are prohibited, and that's where I go. So, like I said, I was born here, I was raised here. For years and years and years, there have been dogs and horses out at the causeway. Many times veterinarians would tell people that had issues with their horses to take them out there and exercise them in the water. Back when there weren't all these wonderful things that you can give your dogs now every month to keep fleas and ticks off of them, the veterinarians would also tell you, take your dog out there and have it swim in the salt water, and that will help keep the fleas abated. And that's what we did before we had Advantage or whatever all the other stuff is that we have right now. So I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing we had someone raise concern about the 3-minute rule when it comes to public comment. One of the reasons that we have this is because the city was involved in a court case. And part of the allegations in the court case was depending on who you were and what color you were, depended upon the amount of time that you got. I don't believe that's accurate, and I don't believe that part of the lawsuit was upheld at all. However, this mayor, because of all of that we had to go through and the legal things that we had to deal with, has asked this council, and we did say that the policy that we had that was started, like 2001, that citizen comment was going to be 3 minutes. The county has the same rule. But that is why that rule is in place, because I don't think anybody up here wants to be told that if you know somebody or if your skin's a different color, you get more time in front of the council. And this mayor has enforced this to the T in every meeting that we've been in. And I appreciate that. The other thing that happened today that, again, I'm old school. I mean, I started on this council in 1998. I took an 8-year hiatus in 2012. And when I came back in 2020, I remember saying, because I was the only one of me up here at that time, it was all gentlemen. And I said, I will never refer to you by your first name. I will never refer to a citizen by their first name. I always use the appropriate title, Mr., Ms., Dr., Mrs., Councilwoman, Vice Mayor. I'm old school. We're the representatives for 57,000 people. And we have protocols up here. And for me personally, when you call me by my first name up here, I find it disrespectful. I don't do that to you. And I would respectfully request that people remember that in the future. And the only other thing I have, Mr. Perry. Happy birthday yesterday. I'm sorry I missed it. And I'm not singing today. I'm hopeful when I get through I'm hopeful when I get through this, I'm still going to be able to sing soprano, because I don't read music and I know I can never follow the bass line. So, happy birthday.
Thank you. Ward 3, Vice Mayor Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Thanks again, like Councilwoman Coker said, to the Pirates for, it was pretty good. They ended on a high note. I think their last game was their best attendance game. It didn't hurt that Mrs. Coker's favorite player, Paul Skeens, was pitching. But it was also with Zach Elfin, former Ray. But yeah, it was great time. Talked to a lot of people who were very happy with everything, and were happy the ballpark basically withstood the hurricane, and that they were able to come down from whatever northern destinations they came from. I'm glad Mrs. Hillstrom took my advice when we had our Zoom meeting and didn't come to the beginning of the meeting. I said, if you're on unfinished business, come, probably about 11. We'll probably get to it about then. But the meeting I had with them via Zoom was with her and her staff. Was last week, very informative. They have a micro site that's just really about economic development for the area, that's coming out soon. So I'll let them present that when the time comes. And I know it wasn't brought up by Mrs. Coachman, but Vern Buchanan, a great supporter of our district, all of Florida and America, but really points out the various professionals that work in our community. And one of the things he does every year is the law enforcement awards. He has fire awards, but he also, and I don't know that I've ever known about this, he does education awards. And May 1st, he'll be having a ceremony, I believe at MTC. But I wanted to congratulate Mr. Andrew Angelo from St. Stephen's, who I just found out yesterday is going to be receiving a Congressional Education Award, which, if everybody doesn't know, when you receive that award from the congressman, he presents you with a certificate at a very nice ceremony, and also your name ends up going into the congressional record. So it's a part of history forever. So it's a very nice honor that Mr. Angelo, who teaches 7th grade science at St. Stephen's, is going to be receiving. So very happy for him and his family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore.
I'm going to bring up the Bradenton Palmetto Connector project. I know we've all been meeting with FDOT regarding that project. My understanding is that they are now at the point where they have narrowed down the corridor to 3 corridor options. I forget what their assigned letter is, but I just wanted to point out that my Braden Castle contingent, who down to one, she hung in there with us. The reason why they're here, and they probably will come back at a later meeting to give public comment, but the reason why they're here is, as you all know, at least 2 of those corridors go through Ward 4. I am opposed to the corridor that shoots up 27th Street.
Mrs. Moore, you might want to maybe refrain from giving too much information now till you hear all of the information politically or legally, so you can, I'm just saying, I think that's probably a thing that, listening to the FDOT and all of that, you can have your personal opinion, but maybe not on the dais. At the right time, we'll be able to do that, but being the MPO involved for all the years, the best thing is to say that at the right time, we'll make that vote in time. I'm just afraid that you start saying things now, it could hurt the project totally in Manatee County. So that may be something to address later with the attorney, but I know that DOT has asked us to make sure that you've got to stay open-minded to vote through the project, and then when the vote comes up, you can do that.
I don't think I have a vote.
You have a vote from this board to say what our opinion is at the right time.
Okay. So as a municipality, we will have.
Right. We'll have a meeting on it when it's time, and then we'll do that. So I've been dealing with it now since 2013 and going to the meetings, and I'm confident when the process goes through with Rob. Where did Rob go? Oh, NEPA, ACE, all those things. Isn't it better for us to not, till we see the whole process go through, the right time? I don't know. I mean, it's going to become a political thing.
I mean, we've had conversations with DOT too.
And their lawyers and everybody else. So.
The whole thing is that if we have to go through a NEPA, National Environmental Protection Act process, it's 5 years. If about 85% of the roads that use federal funding are really done on a conditional approval, that if you do 27 things, basically, including getting community support, doing environmentals, and a whole host of other things with community outreach, that it expedites it down to about 2 years, 3 years. But
what ends up happening is you get sued, and when you get sued and you're in federal court, and there's a group of people that are opposing the project because you didn't comply with NEPA, and they're trying to apply the other the conditional approval process, they say, well, you said this or you said that, and there can be some issues with it, and I think that's what FDOT is concerned about, because again, 85% of the projects that are done basically not going through a full-blown NEPA.
And we have had traffic issues for years. We get beat up about those traffic issues. So we're at the point where within months of a decision coming, and I'm very confident the decision will be made at the best interest of all the citizens in Manatee County and the city of Bradenton. But if we all of a sudden start blasting things out right now, it's kind of like quasi-judicial. You gotta keep an open mind till we get to that point. And if we don't, then it's going to be just pushing it down the road farther and could come up with the same answer.
If you're an attorney, study categorical exclusion.
Right.
Bone yourself up a little bit on categorical exclusion, see how pervasive it's used, and see what types of comments from public officials have been proffered during litigation that has basically been used to say, well, this was their position. The position of the city will be a deliberative process of this board, not an administrator, not a chief operating officer. It'll be this board. And you'll have to make
You'll have the
decision.
opportunity.
Now, at the same time, the community at either Bradenton Castle or Two Rivers, they have to outreach to them too. And as a community, they'll be addressed. But you got to be careful about it. I think that's the point.
Okay, well, I'll just say I was not intending at all to represent an opinion on behalf of all of us at this moment in time. Just to be totally clear, that was not my intent. My intent was to highlight that there are community members that have issues with certain corridors being selected. They have had conversations and meetings with me about that. And if you share a like-minded opinion, they are actively encouraging people to attend some of their meetings and whatnot. So that's that. If you think I should,
and I wasn't trying
to.
to.
No, I don't.
I want the process to go through, so we're not sitting here 30 years later, like when they didn't do the third bridge, that we have nothing because of that. We got to have something, and I'm confident that the right thing will happen, that people will be happy. But if we don't, if we start voting now and doing that, and the county commission was going to vote, we showed them the rules and regulations, we're within months of the right decision, and it'll be positive. So
That's reassuring. I was also going to mention, I actually had the EDC's meeting on my list of things to chat with you about. My meeting did not involve knowing that we were going to raise the contract on unfinished business. So I'm sorry if there was confusion there. But generally speaking, the thing I was just going to highlight to you all the positive things as part of that meeting, and it included the intent to have a strategic planning consultant. And I was able to convey to Ms. Hillstrom and her staff my particular hopes and dreams for the East Side. And hopefully they'll incorporate that in their strategic planning conversation and training. And speaking of training, they also do intend to specifically attend training geared towards retail development, which I think is a good idea, considering that it's my general opinion, just sharing, that our needs are very different from the county. You can't take a program that's for the county and just overlay the city on top of it. I think you really have to look at our specifics, and our specifics are going to be infill development and redevelopment, not necessarily new kind of broad sweeping industry. I also wanted to share with you all that I'm very excited about the Lift Station 13 and 3 project going forward. My immediate neighborhood had an informal meeting that Ms. Clayback attended, as well as other staff, and I very much appreciate that attendance and that explanation, she was able to really, I think, alleviate some major concerns that they have. And I just want to touch on the project a tiny bit, if you'll just indulge me for a minute, so that you all know what exactly is happening.
And it was a noticed public meeting.
It was, yes, it was.
At this residence.
Yes, because we
Mrs.
both
Moore and I
attended.
both were there.
Correct. So what is being proposed is, because we have grant funding, I believe it's about $6.5 million for the demolition of Lift Station 13, which sits immediately on the river, on Riverside Drive. The demolition of that lift station, the construction of a newly expanded Lift Station 3, a new collection system, which is going to be super extensive because at this time currently almost all of those pipes are in people's backyards, so we have to really build the whole thing and then tear up people's yards to remove the pipe that is in their yards, and then connect that new collection system to the expanded Lift Station 3. Because of the storm, the Lift Station 13 is the one that I talk about all the time. I know you guys know this already, and I send pictures to Mr. Williams very frequently. It's the one that has a permanent sub pump, I think it's called, which is a generator and a pump. The generator operates the lift station, and then when it is unable to process whatever it's processing, it has a pump that kicks in to help it pump. Correct me if I'm wrong in any of this terminology. The storm has apparently compromised it. So this is already something that has a Band-Aid, looks horrible, smells horrible. Hate Lift Station 13.
Really
as much
miss
as
it if it didn't work.
as someone who has favorite lift stations. But because of its current condition, what is being proposed outside of the grant funding is a temporary lift station to be installed somewhere adjacent to current Lift Station 13. I just wanted to reflect to you all that the purpose of this meeting was really kind of born out of that area's very, very strong concern that, based on history, no one up here being targeted or anything like that, but just the history of, life in East Bradenton, that the lift station, the temporary lift station, would not serve its purpose for what I hope is going to be a year or two at best, but more of a 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. These are actually numbers that I've heard from neighbors. And I have to tell you, honestly, I shared those same concerns. I was very much encouraged by the fact that we have grant funds that cannot be diverted. They have to be used for this specific project. So I just wanted to let you all know that that is on the radar. When the actual work happens, it's going to be difficult and people are going to be frustrated. But I'm so excited to begin at least the process of updating all that collection system. Just for example, by way of, why this is so great that we're addressing this, not just because it's my neighborhood and my neighbors, but if you look at that emergency procurement report that Mr. Perry showed us today, one of the ones that he highlighted was the 24th Street East and 2nd Avenue sewer repair that cost us $67,000. So just as a matter of course, sometimes, because we would hate it if it didn't work, we are spending that kind of money on an emergency basis. So that's why I geek out on sewer collection systems. That's pretty much all I've got.
Thank you. I thought it was important that we have that meeting, as well as working with.
I appreciate you coming.
And meeting with some of the residents, because, over the years, especially in your ward and before you, there was a lot of misinformation that was spread because that helped a narrative.
Right.
And one of the things, again, since I started in 2021, is to face it and fix it. And I'm going to that'll be in my casket, face it and fix it. That's the highlight. But because that's important.
We'll put it on the tombstone.
Yeah, the tombstone, face it and fix it. Because again, you and I agree, and everybody up here, and I think everybody in this room agrees, that government will kill something because of an issue that one person might have or a small percent has, and then 30 years later you're still dealing with it. This is stuff that we're not going to kill. We're not going to, and if we had $1 billion, there'd be a lot of different things we could go through, but it's about how we're getting it and how we're going to do it. And what was interesting about that meeting was when the one gentleman said finally that, well, doesn't matter what we say, you're still going to do it. Well, ultimately, if we don't do anything, you lose the whole value of your homes because that 4 inches of concrete that used to be 24 inches, now we're releasing sewage into the river.
Right.
You know, you talk about, we don't release raw sewage, it's partially treated. And I've always been told that there's nothing floating in it, but that comes from somewhere else because there's a lot of boats mooring out there that are dumping, and that's another issue that we got to deal with. But that's not our sewer system, that's somebody else's problem that we have to deal with. But my point is, if that lift station goes, there's 187 homes that are closed down.
Yeah, it would be really
You know, so if we don't put the temporary on the pork chop that looks terrible, that is going to be for 2 years or
I'm
less.
hoping. Oh, yeah. This, welcome to Ward 4.
It's a mixed metaphor.
It's because the parcels.
At least the pork chop and do that.
Mix
so-
brownies, you don't mix metaphors.
And as we know,
We do actually call it the pork chop.
none of it flows uphill.
Right.
So you've got to do that to flow downhill to turn it into a system that now flows blocks away.
Right.
So
Upward.
you know, you're gonna have to have a little bit of third bridge oriented thing that, you know,
It's going to be.
it's gonna be a little bit of a headache before it's better. But when it's better,
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be better. And
gonna be so
if
good.
we don't ever put a shovel in the ground, it's never gonna get better. So I think they were nice, they got it.
Yeah, I think
and they
towards
were
the
good.
end,
So,
they
yeah.
did that
Yeah.
to that. I felt like towards the end, instead of being concerned about the lift station, the sentiment was, when are you starting? Let's
yeah, when
get
are
it
you
going. We want this. And, you know, to your point about misinformation and that sort of thing, like we talked about in our recycling meeting, I think that this is reasonable, but I think a lot of people, especially when you're asking your representatives for something, a result of some kind, I think it is reasonable for citizens, and I think they do this, to think to themselves, well, they're spending money on this, and that means that money is not being spent on mine. And so it's not necessarily that I think, you know, it could be, you know, I could be being a little Pollyanna here and saying that I don't know that certain people are really actively trying to spread misinformation, but I think there's a little, you know, citizen sentiment of, when's it my turn? I want my project. Just like any other, you know, governing body has to.
Well, and I did make the statement in Ward 4, there's been more money spent over the last 10 years on Ward 4 than many of the other wards. So, you know, again, they don't see that,
Right.
but there's been a lot of infrastructure, there's been a lot of stuff done to make Ward 4 better, where Ward 1 and 2 may not need it as much because they're newer wards, but that's where you have to have a good administration balancing what happens, which is going to go, well, you're in better shape. So, and then Ward 3 and 5, you know,
Someone who
are
always
getting it.
says
So
something about my age. I guess I'll take that.
take that. sis. No, but I just think that that's where the citizens got to see what we're doing every day and trying. And again, we have a great staff going through it. I'll say publicly, I thought Kim Kleibeck did the best job of the different meetings that I had. Started out a little nervous, which I don't blame her, but then she hit a grand slam.
She did.
And got to the people and do that. Again, I talk about her a lot because she's in everything. She needs to get focused on the things we can, and that's why Woodard and Curran today, I think, will be able to take some of that load off of her to make it better. And stay tuned. More is coming. We're going to start, you know, to try to, you know, I'm about what we can do to make our city better long term. Are you done?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yep, that's
I can,
it.
I can keep going. And we got a 2 o'clock, face it and fix it. Ms. Coachman.
Saving the best for last. Well, not last, because department heads have to talk to. But I just want to say this, when you mentioned Kim Clayback and how well she did her presentation. She comes from a family of teachers. And I've said to her many times, I said, you really do a great job of reaching gauging who your audience is. And being an engineer, to be able to do that, because, you know, your words and acronyms and... I know, but I'm just saying, you know, it's hard sometimes to bring it down a bit, you know, and she does that very well. And you did very well also. I'm not saying you did. Get myself out of that one. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. I do want to mention that, you know, I'm the liaison to the Bradenton Housing Authority, and I was able to witness Mr. Landerfield being sworn in as their newest board member. And they are definitely looking at some futuristic things, and they're waiting for the decision on how Bradenton Village goes. So it's exciting because it seems like now it's more than them talking about what color they're going to paint some of the units and so forth. So it's really exciting. You mentioned FDOT and the three potential connectors, or the final three. They run through Ward 5 too.
Oh, I know.
So I'm concerned. I'm concerned, and I'm watching it as well and trying to keep people engaged. I did not make the Angola Festival, but I understand that Mayor and Councilwoman Gonzalez, you went that more. And I couldn't. And you too? Oh, the Vice Mayor was there too? Okay.
Sweet potato bread.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's always good eats. Always good eats. But I wasn't able to go, and I heard it was really nice. It was beautiful weather. Talking about the EDC, I enjoyed we had a Zoom meeting, but I was in the car, so I could only listen. I didn't look down, I promise you. I kept my eyes on the road. But it was very informative and exciting to see where we can go, and you bring your expertise to us. There's so much going on. Oh my goodness, so much going on. But I'm just going to end my comments with what I usually say. Ward 5 is alive.
Thank you, and I'll just finish up. Spring training obviously was a great time to meet friends, family, a lot of people we haven't seen from around the area. I think the Pittsburgh family is very excited with the group they got coming in today, maybe to be a little bit more competitive and work towards that next making the playoffs, and then see what happens from there. I want to thank our police department and Captain Thiers and everyone that was involved. That we had a different traffic plan, where basically everybody went south to go north to keep it out of the heart of the city on 9th, going right downtown at 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon. And literally, I had no one call me about traffic. That was a good thing. So that plan worked. It worked during the day. During the week is when they really implemented it. And then during the weekends, and they just kind of let it go because it wasn't as bad, but in the night games. But that really seemed to work well. So that was something that our police and the Pirates really worked on.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I want to say this. I because of the route I take when I leave work and I'm heading home, because I live in that area, I would always dread spring training, and because it was a nightmare getting home. And this year was amazing. It really was.
And we had some big crowds, and like Vice Mayor Kramer said, that last crowd was really, it was against Baltimore, and it was their number one draft pick and the Pirates' number one draft pick last year. So you saw those two battle out. Unfortunately, Baltimore's did a little better than ours. He didn't do bad, but he threw a no-hitter in his innings. But when you really look at it, I think you're going to see two teams in this area competing a little bit more than they have in the past to have some fun excitement, because I told Mr. Nutting and Mr. Williams, the owner and the president, that, World Series is what I'm looking for. Bring that back to here, because how much fun would that be to have spring training with the World Series champion? And that in 1979, when I was 12, was the last time. So I do remember it. We got a couple of great things going on. Obviously, I got my ducky tie on, which is in 2 weeks, that the Pace Center for Girls is going to do their ducks, and they're going to be in the river, because when you look at the river overall, there's never a time I'm going to say doing anything is not good, but we're working on it and we're making it. And the river is, and you heard what Councilwoman Coker said, and we're looking at the positive in it, and it's good. We don't want to do anything to make it worse, but we've got to be there and really keep monitoring, facing, and fixing it. And then the BAM Fest with Realize Bradenton is actually the week before. So over the next couple of weeks, there's some exciting things going on our Riverwalk, and that is our crown jewel, along with our arts and on Avenue of the Arts. One thing just to remind everybody, that if we get group emails, make sure to respond individually Mr. Rudisell, I think that's an important factor, because if a councilperson responds back to the group, it could be construed as something. So just to make sure when you respond, that you respond individually only, not to the group. And then again, I just reiterate Mr. Perry's milestone birthday, but it's not a milestone we're going to accept. Because now you get some more government benefits possibly and go off the city insurance. Yes. 65.
Oh, I thought it was 70.
Yeah, no, it's he looks good for 70.
I was thinking it was 60. I was like, my bad. I know.
No, I just appreciate everybody and what we're doing. And, some decisions are going to be made. Some we're going to agree with, some we're not. But you've got to look at the good of the whole. Our city is 14.4 square miles with about 400 plus miles of waterway. People don't realize that we have a lot of waterway in our 14.4 square miles that make a difference for us. And as I've said many times, you heard this morning with Mayor Evers and, family in Cortez and all of that. That's my family. The first 3 generations were Cortez fishermen. And our waterways were very important to my family back then, and they're still important today. And that's going to be a face it and fix it. And 1 hour, we're going into an exciting Democratic Women's Caucus with a lot of questions that have already been sent to us that I don't know what they think we're going into, but we're coming out positive because we're going to tell them what we're going to do. Today was another step in that spoke, and we'll go from there. So any department heads? They like Earth's like, no, wait, don't look at me. Chief, yep.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is thanks for recognizing the traffic pattern. Captain Thiers did an excellent job, obviously thinking critically, and turned out it helped a lot. So I'd encourage people in the future, if you do have issues like that, obviously challenge us. And just like in that case, we love a challenge, and hopefully it'll help in many ways. The only thing I would add is that this, actually April 5th, we have a fundraiser, as law enforcement across the country does, for the Special Olympics. It's referred to as a torch run, which we'll be doing along the River Walk down here on April 5th at 8 a.m. So we encourage people to join us, and as always, support Special Olympics. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Perry?
No, sir.
All right. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Moore.
I'm so sorry. I meant to do this, and I hate to not do it for staff. I just wanted to let you all know, too, that I did have my stormwater treatment facility tour, and it was very informative. A lot of high stair climbing. That was unfortunate for me, but I did, and I felt like I was the only one wearing boots.
You mean your wastewater plant?
Yes, I'm sorry, the wastewater. That's what I meant. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. But staff really rolled out the red carpet for me, and I just wanted to let you all know that I appreciated that very much. So
You did keep your hands in your pockets.
I did, and as Ms. Calandra told me, I removed the clothing, washed everything.
All right. Anything else?
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Coker.
One thing that I really want to read to you guys, because I don't know if y'all realize, but this past Monday was National Poultry Day.
Oh.
Okay.
So I just had a few fun facts about chickens. They see more colors than humans. They can distinguish up to 100 faces. They run at up to 9 miles an hour. They can taste salt but not sweet. And they make friends and will grieve. They outnumber humans on Earth. They cannot sweat. They have dreams when they sleep. They are the closest relatives. It was National Poultry Day.
I did not want to eat them.
And they are the closest relatives to the T-Rex.
Oh my gosh.
And in the wild, they navigate using the sun. So just
We'll be adjourned.
And when prepared properly,